red here or there, maybe a little green here or there, but as we zoom into this one storm cell right here, and this is a really classic cell right at this particular time that we're watching, just to the west of Weiner and Waldenburg, Arkansas. Now you're seeing what the radar sees as far as the rotation of this storm. This is why Doppler technology is so important today. This is why Doppler technology has saved multiple lives over the years that it's been implemented. The Doppler technology is that you basically see wind moving toward the radar site, wind moving away from the radar site. How do you explain that? Well, the inbound color is green. Anything that's moving toward the radar site is green. Anything that is red or moving away from the radar site shows up as red. So basically you have this splotch of red, if you will, that's looks like it's in the wrong place. Well, it's not. It's actually the rotation. This is moving away from the radar. This is moving toward, and there's your rotation. And that's why so many lives have been saved through the years, is because with this Doppler technology, I mean, the old days, we had to have someone spot a funnel cloud or a tornado. They had to phone that into the National Weather Service office. Well, you had to find a phone booth or something and get to a phone booth or find a phone somewhere. We didn't have cell phones back in the old days. For you kids that are watching, we didn't have cell phones then, and so we had to find the phone number and a phone booth. And you can look that up. You can Google that, what a phone booth was, and you'd find a phone booth, find the Weather Service office. You'd phone it in and tell them, and then they had to type it up. And sometimes it was 15 or 20 minutes after a report was made before that tornado warning went out. This one went out before this tornado, actually in its very beginning stages. So at this point, I'm looking for circulation, more ground reports of circulation. I'm looking for more ground reports of damage associated with this storm cell as it moves through western parts now of Poinsett County, Arkansas. Let's see, 5 miles west-southwest of Weiner, saying have spotters seeing rotation in the clouds, not on the ground, near Long Creek Lane, west of Weiner. Okay, so that's coming in from a storm spotter that they're seeing circulation here in the atmosphere, in the clouds, but they're not seeing it touch the ground as of yet. That is basically, can't give that as official information, but it's what a storm spotter is seeing at this particular time. So if you are in this area, now is the time to seek shelter. Tornado warning indicated for Craighead, Greene, Mississippi, Poinsett counties until 7:30 tonight. Severe thunderstorm producing a tornado located over Weiner. That's the one we've been talking about right here. This storm cell now located over the Weiner area. It is moving northeast now at 55 miles per hour. April and Alex, 55 miles per hour. Anything else over there that you guys are hearing?
No, just looking over social media right now, and as you were stressing earlier, some of the reports have not been confirmed yet, but some information is coming in from some spotters that a possible tornado has possibly touched down not too far from Augusta, Arkansas.
And you said it was kind of heading toward what Tim has been talking about, Weiner. And we know that the Weiner Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department put out on social media that they have posted the safe room at the school will be open tonight in the event that we have severe weather. So they were going ahead and doing that, and they posted that just a couple of hours ago. So they were preparing ahead of time, just like Tim was talking about.
So yeah, like Tim has pointed out, that severe weather is definitely in that area. So again, has not been officially confirmed yet, but spotters are also again reporting that a tornado may be in that area, especially near Augusta, possibly moving towards Weiner and maybe moving towards the Harrisburg and Jonesboro area.
And talking about Harrisburg, the Harrisburg Police Department also posting. They said in preparation of a possible severe weather tonight, we do have officers on duty and on standby. And in the event that the weather turns severe, that safe room, the safe room there is located in the middle school library, so it's going to be open as well. And they're just giving people tips, remembering things that you need to do, have your plan in place ahead of time, being prepared, and that everyone in your house knows your plan.
And it really goes on to show how things have really changed over the years. I mean, maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we wouldn't have all of this information. Yeah. A lot of people would not be taking some of these additional steps. But again, with what Tim has been providing us and the weather team, the weather experts are really indicating what's could likely happen, and people do not want to take any chances.
And that's why we have to heed what you say, Tim, and just take, what did you say, respect the polygon?
Respect the polygon.
Yeah.
You can just hashtag that if you want. Respect the polygon, because that's what we're certainly dealing with tonight. I want to take several traffic cameras that we have right now. The one in Turl, Arkansas, I believe we've got one there. And what you're going to be seeing with this particular camera is a lot of lightning that is showing up with these storms working through that particular area. So this is over in Turrell, Arkansas. Also have one in the Jonesboro area as well. And even though these storms per se haven't reached the Jonesboro area, these storms are producing quite a bit of lightning across the Memphis and Mid-South area. Matter of fact, here in Memphis, if you were to even look back toward the northwest, you're going to see some of these lightning strikes that are going on right now. But we are dealing with a very juiced up air mass at this time. When I say juiced up, I'm talking about an air mass that's very unstable. We've had a cap basically that's been in place throughout most of the day today. So you've got a lot of instability. You've got a warm layer above the surface that acts as the cap. And as that warm air erodes, and you see that further instability allows these clouds to really build taller and to become more robust. And with that, they strengthen and they produce these possible supercells that we are probably going to be seeing here tonight a little bit more of. This is the severe weather risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center earlier today. We're sticking with that, and rightly so tonight, because now, these storms that are firing up now in northeastern sections of Arkansas, and sirens are going off now. It looks like tornado warning continues, and it's observed Craighead, Green, Mississippi, Poinsett till 7:30. Confirmed tornado near Weiner, 11 miles northwest of Harrisburg. The warnings are going off, tornado warnings, sirens are going off in that area. And I want to take you back real quick and show you what this one looks like on radar. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and change gears here just a little bit. I want to make sure that I save this particular frame here and get rid of a couple of others, because this storm is now basically outrunning some of the things that we have saved earlier today. But that's what the cell looks like as it's pushing up toward the Jonesboro area. Just in case you are joining us, this was the original tornado watch that was issued eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Also, the tornado warning issued for several counties in northeastern areas of Arkansas. Then the National Weather Service added additional counties into northeastern Mississippi. This watch here, northeast Mississippi, central Tennessee, that goes until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that's why we're going to be on the air for a while. We may lose this one warning at 7:30 tonight and take a break, and then I'm sure we'll be back in it once again. But here's what's going on at the moment as far as severe weather is concerned. We have several storm cells across northeast Mississippi, now pushing into McNairy County, Tennessee, Hardin County, a couple more cells around the Oxford area. No problem with these cells. One cell does not look like the others, and could you figure out which one that is? Yeah, it's the one just to the north of Harrisburg at this time. That's the one that is producing the tornado warning. Multiple spotters are seeing, they're watching a wall cloud now, which is west of Highway 49 near Weiner. Nothing on the ground as of yet. Now, once again, these are storm spotter reports coming into the National Weather Service office. So can't give you that as far as official information, but this is what the storm spotters are reporting in at this particular time. Sirens are now going off in Paragould, Arkansas. There you see Jonesboro, already seeing the rainfall push into that area, and this continues down near Weiner, Arkansas. I'm going to go ahead and go back real quick to velocity mode, because that's exactly where we're going to pinpoint, and that rotation looks a lot more broad there at this point. Highway 49 north of Weiner, going up toward Highway 14, pushing up toward I-55. I-555, which is up in the Jonesboro area. So let's walk that back just a little bit here and see how this has begun to develop. Keep your eye on this cell right around the Weiner area, and as this cell has continued pushing toward the northeast, we're seeing a broader circulation. Can you see how that broadens out as we go forward in time? So we back it up one time here, we take it back. This is right around 6:36 this evening, just to the west of Weiner, Arkansas, and then it just starts exploding. Matter of fact, let's take that full screen real quick, if you guys don't mind. I'm not sure if Ed's directing or Josh. I think Ed is back there. Ed Randall, if you'll take that for me real quick. There's Weiner, Arkansas. There is the storm cell at 6:34. So that was just about 12 minutes ago. You take that forward, and now you can see how that cell pushes up near Highway 214, Highway 49, and continues pushing over now just to the north and northeast of Weiner, up near Otwell. This is up near Gibson Valley View. Funnel still intact. Doppler circulation still being noticed there a few miles north of Weiner, Arkansas. Funnel still intact according to a spotter in that area. Due west of Claypool on Rayburn Road, spotter sees a tornado. So once again, if you're in this area, now is the time for you to seek shelter. At this time, this is a severe weather situation. We'll stay full screen for just a moment because I want you to see where this cell is located. I'm also going to turn on some more information. This is going to be a watch polygon on top of this, so now you can see how things are playing out, how they're taking place. There's your polygon that April was talking about just a few moments ago. We always respect the polygon. Any city or town that's within that polygon, now you see, as we go back over the last hour, put this into motion, you can see how this system has really flourished just within the last few minutes as it pushes up near Jonesboro. Can't explain why. Jonesboro, Arkansas seems to be breeding ground for tornadoes. You look at tornadoes in Arkansas, and you'll come across Jonesboro, eastern areas of Arkansas. Really, it's kind of like Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You talk about tornadoes hitting Alabama, that too being like a secondary breeding ground for tornadoes. I know that you remember quite a few back through the Tuscaloosa.
Tornado Alley, yeah. And of course, April 27th, 2011. Remember it quite well.
Yeah, number of people killed, despite the fact where we are today with all these warnings, the warning capability that we have, despite that fact, still people can be injured, can be killed by these storms because of just the sheer power of these storms. Heavy wind, west blown rain 2 miles north of Weiner, Arkansas. This spotter thinks he is south of the circulation. Spotter in Weiner, Arkansas confirms tornado on the ground. He was at the intersection of Highway 49 and 22. So that was just a few moments ago as this storm cell came through Weiner, Arkansas, 49 and 22 in that general area. So now that storm has lifted north of Weiner, Arkansas, near Otwell, Valley View, and that's where we're seeing some of the rotation with this storm at this particular time. Dangerous situation tonight. We're glad you're with us. We're past the 4 minutes past the original warning time. We were supposed to be going until 6:45 tonight with this storm cell. Now we're going until it looks like 7:30 or until we are cleared in the News Channel 3 viewing area. That being said, let me point out a couple of other things here. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning back into the Little Rock, Arkansas area. I'll go ahead and check on this one because that storm system or that storm cell is going to be coming down the pike shortly. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 tonight. That storm cell also has the potential of becoming a tornadic cell. There's the tornado watch in effect across a large part of the News Channel 3 viewing area. We have another watch that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning for parts of northeastern Mississippi, south central Tennessee. Not near as impressed with these storms right now in those areas. Matter of fact, you can kind of see on the 3-hour time lapse how some of these storms start to wane just a little bit in these areas, pushing over into McNairy County. That is north of Selmer and just to the west of Savannah, Tennessee. That's near the Morris Chapel area as well. As we move into the Bethel Springs area, there's Adamsville along Highway 64. So that storm cell not as near as potent as some of the others that we are seeing. More activity around Walnut, Mississippi, Corinth, Mississippi. There is a cell just to the west of Bolivar, Tennessee. That is just south of Whiteville along Highway 64 between Newcastle and Whiteville at this time. We have other storm cells that are firing up north of Dyersburg. Been watching these storms up near Dresden, Tennessee, Mason Hall, Greenfield, up toward the UT Martin area. So those storms at this particular time are not severe, but they're pumping out quite a bit of rainfall. The one cell here, and it is obvious, as I'm here with April and Alex, I mean, that one just really stands out to you as it pushes up into the Jonesboro area now into Craighead County, Arkansas. That's the one that contains a tornado, at least being reported by storm spotters in this area. I'm going to turn the polygon on once again because you can see how this storm is right within that polygon. We'll go ahead and also check out the velocity mode. What you're seeing right here is reflectivity. This is showing us the green areas, rainfall that you're seeing. The yellow area here, moderate amounts of rainfall. So you've got the light, the moderate amounts of rain, and now we're picking up heavy rainfall in this area from Jonesboro down along Highway 49 in these areas. Let me turn off just a little bit of data here on this. I want to get rid of the watch for just a second so that this really shows up well. The polygon shows up. And let me save that so I'll have that for future reference as well. But that is the polygon. We always tell you to respect the polygon. Jonesboro is within that polygon. Weiner, Arkansas, Greenfield, Truman is within that. There you see Bay, Arkansas, Lunsford, Lake City, and this goes all the way over toward Etowah. And I believe we've got Lakeview in that as well. And it looks like Cottonwood Corner, McCoy, Childress, Leachville. So there are quite a few cities and towns within this particular polygon. So please respect this polygon. Know that if your city or town is within this, that you need to pay very close attention, because this is a very dangerous situation. It's a life-threatening situation as well. More information put out here. We have got a siren going off in Manila. Sirens going off in Manila, Arkansas. We're looking at still another convective outlook for a moderate risk of severe weather. That's going to continue as well. We are still watching this activity here in the Jonesboro area as this storm continues, now moving toward the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Michael, what camera is that that we are looking at? Is that the Turrell camera? Jonesboro. Okay, this is Jonesboro. Thank you, Ed. That is Ed Randall behind the scenes punching the show. So you're seeing quite a bit of rainfall already moving into the Jonesboro area tonight, folks. The lightning associated with that as well. We want to make sure that you're aware of this situation as it comes through Jonesboro. We don't need a repeat of any recent tornadoes that they've had up in Jonesboro. They're seeing not only a tornadic cell here, but also quite a bit of lightning with this storm cell. I'll turn that on. Just check out the lightning, coming into Jonesboro. So what you're seeing on that particular camera, that traffic cam, is what we're showing you here through the lightning network. Multiple lightning strikes associated with that storm cell as it comes through the Jonesboro area and pushing up toward Lake City. So there's quite a bit of activity going on right now in these areas. We're here to keep you up to date on this severe weather situation tonight on News Channel 3. Still seeing quite a bit of circulation with this on radar as we're looking at the velocity mode at this particular time up toward Water Valley, Gibson. This continues pushing up toward the Jonesboro area at this time. The dispatch is also getting reports here from the EMA. Dispatch activating sirens countywide in Mississippi County, Arkansas. If you are in Mississippi County, Arkansas, now is the time for you to seek shelter. You are part of this polygon here, just a small section of Mississippi County, Arkansas. This is going up into Greene County, Arkansas as well. So as we follow the polygon, you see the various counties, the various cities. Marmaduke is outside of this. Paragould is included. Cardwell, Missouri, you're outside of the polygon. Leachville, Big Lake, outside of the polygon, at least for now. This is a massive size cell. If we are getting any other reports coming in, April or Alex, please let me know so we can pass those along. Anything that you're seeing over there, ladies and gentlemen.
Still looking at social media, Tim. Weather spotters confirming a tornado in that area not too far from Weiner, about 11 miles northwest of Harrisburg. And people there are reporting and concerned about potential damaging tornadoes, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Yeah, we're also hearing from the Jonesboro Police Department. They're saying that sirens are going off, but so far no damage or flooding reported. And we talk about Weiner, we're getting a lot about Weiner tonight. The City Hall there says they're seeing heavy rain, strong winds along Highway 214. So Tim has been talking about what we've been seeing in Weiner, and like you said, spotters are seeing things. So people are out and about. Those that are, we want people to just get in a safe place and have those safe places that are available to you. In Weiner, it is the safe room in the school. The Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department put that out earlier today to let people know that there is a safe place to go even before the storm came.
And some of those spotters are also pointing out that there is a possibility that those strong winds will be headed towards Jonesboro and the community of Brooklyn, Arkansas, maybe around 7:05 tonight.
Yeah, we did hear from Jonesboro. They said they heard some sirens going off, but so far no damage or floodings, Tim. So it is a lot going on, just like you said it would be around this time of the evening for us here too.
Okay, we continue tracking storms here across Memphis and the Mid-South area as we continue with the tornado watch and now also tornado warnings in our area. We have also some severe thunderstorm warnings across areas of central Arkansas around Little Rock. Some of those we deal with a little bit later on tonight. As we were looking at this situation yesterday, we were pretty confident about the line of storms coming through later tonight. Also, there was we talked about a potential first round of storms coming through late afternoon, early evening. Well, that potential round has certainly come to fruition here over the past couple of hours as we have been on the air now watching these tornado warnings and also multiple severe thunderstorm warnings as well. This is the polygon of the tornado warning that's in effect until 7:30 tonight as it takes us up toward Poinsett County and also into Craighead County, Arkansas, a small section of Mississippi County, Arkansas. We continue also with a new tornado watch, at least it's the newest tornado watch that goes until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, northeastern parts of Mississippi and also central Tennessee. This is what we're seeing right now on radar is this storm cell here, now approaching into the Jonesboro area, Monet, this general region. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and take you into the velocity mode real quick once again. Really good rotation just to the south of Jonesboro. At this time, we're seeing a possible debris signature 5 miles east of Otwell, southern Craighead County. Tornado warning continues for this area, Craighead, Green, Mississippi, till 7:30. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Greenfield or near Jonesboro, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So there it is at this point near the Jonesboro area. Let's put this into motion so that you can see. Well, that's the last 3 hours. Let me take you back over the last hour per se. And let me slow this down just a little bit because I want you to get a really good picture of this. We'll take you really slow on this one. And there we go. A little bit slower as we look at the past hour or so. And watch this storm cell push out of the Wiener area. And I'll back it up slowly so that you can see. Matter of fact, yeah, we're at full screen. That's great because that way you get a really good picture of this. See the storm cell right there around Wiener, Arkansas, just to the west of Wiener? That's the one that we were clocking, that we were watching earlier. As this storm has continued over the last little bit, it has continued pushing toward the northeast. Look how much it's grown. Circulation very broad at that point, but it has grown in intensity. Still, it looks like this one is actually on the ground. It's a broader rotation per se, but we do have now confirmation this one has been on the ground. Power flashes at Pumpkin Center at Evans Lane north of Harrisburg. So that is what we're getting right now, reports of at this particular time. So if you're in these areas, there you see it's already passed through the Riggs area, Risher, Otwell, and then there's Greenfield to the south. There's Waldenburg, there's Wiener. Now this storm is up a little bit further up toward Ridge, Apt, and into the Jonesboro area at this time. Pushing over toward Phillips, Needham, Lake City. It's in the Jonesboro area as we speak. Now, what does that mean? Well, we see power flashes. I could take you back, or if you go back and look at videos of tornadoes as they come in contact with the ground, what do they encounter? They encounter power lines. Very easily, depending on where those storms are tracking. And as those storms encounter power lines, you see the flashes. At first glance at a distance, you think, man, there's lightning with that storm. And there are lightning strikes with these storms. But when that funnel cloud, when that tornado comes in contact with the ground, it encounters these power lines. You're going to see transformers blow up. You're going to see flashes of light as it encounters electricity, these power lines. So that's what they're talking about when they're seeing flashes of light, debris being observed with this storm. Matter of fact, it looks like that a dangerous tornado, I'm reading this debris, possible debris signature 5 miles east of Otwell in southern Craighead County. So there's a possible debris signature there as we're watching this tornado come through. But this is a large storm cell, folks. I'll go ahead and show you the bigger picture with this one. Once again, as we zoom in, there's the polygon. Look at how this thing has grown in the last hour. Let me take you back 1 hour and watch this storm cell. See how small it was there, working just out of the picture down toward Augusta. That's an hour ago, basically. Watch how this storm has grown. as it basically has taken on a larger proportion here, pushing up toward Jonesboro, up toward Paragould, Lake City, and these areas. It's going to clip just the extreme northwestern corner of Mississippi County, Arkansas, just around the Big Lake area. This is a big storm, folks, and that's why we are on the air right now. 7 o'clock, actually 7:01, and you're watching WREG TV. News Channel 3 in Memphis. We're wall-to-wall weather coverage. Tim Simpson with you for right now. Alex Coleman, April Thompson, Jim Jaggers will walk through the doors here in just a few moments. Windy Nations is also on tap for a little bit later on tonight as we anticipate these storms going into the overnight hours as well. Just in case you're joining us, we're dealing with this potential, the enhanced risk, not just enhanced, but a moderate risk of severe storms across the Memphis and Mid-South area. That was issued earlier today from the Storm Prediction Center, and now we're seeing that come about here tonight as these storms are pushing into the bullseye area, basically here in northeastern areas of Arkansas and pushing up toward Missouri as well. Bullseye right here, moderate risk of severe storms. We have talked about earlier today, we talked yesterday, and even the day before about the potential for tornadoes, for damaging winds, for large hail with these storms. And I would also tell you, heavy rainfall as well, all coming in this general area here, which is the bullseye. And no surprise, because we have seen these temperatures today, the atmosphere so unstable, record high temperatures across the region. We hit 80 degrees for a high today. 77 is the current temp, so we're only 3 degrees off of that mark that was achieved earlier this afternoon. And so that is basically fueling this fire, if you will, the instability that is being ushered in with these storms. The tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. This is probably, could see that modified somewhat over the next few hours. This is the tornado warning. Now we have a new tornado warning back into the Little Rock area. And notice the polygon position, basically east, northeast. So you know where that storm is headed in the next little bit. It's also headed toward the News Channel 3 viewing area. We have the tornado watch still across areas of northeast Mississippi. Right now, things don't look that bad in northeast Mississippi. Matter of fact, let me zoom in real quick and just show you. North Mississippi, we have a little cell between New Albany and Holly Springs. That is basically it. We've had some storms come through in the last hour or so. This is actually the 3-hour time lapse. So you've had some brief heavy amounts of rainfall in northeast Mississippi. Those storms now are pushing up into areas of West Tennessee, South Central Tennessee, right around the Savannah area, going up toward Darden. So I'm not as concerned about what's happening here, even though that does continue in the watch until 11 o'clock tonight and then 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not concerned about this for right now. More concerned about what's coming down the pike here in areas of Arkansas. This one is just exploding pretty much as anticipated. We talked earlier today about once we got past sunset, once that cap was broken in the atmosphere, these storms would flourish, that they would gin up, as I mentioned earlier today. One viewer doesn't like when I say that, but that's okay. It's all right. These storms continue to enhance, to strengthen as they push toward the northeast and encountering a more unstable atmosphere. That's why these storms are holding together quite nicely the way that they are. This is the main area of concern right now up in the Jonesboro area, Poinsett County, Arkansas, Craighead County, Arkansas as well. This is just to the north of Truman, Arkansas. There you see that tail, that hook-like echo that we see with these storms as they come through, and this one is a big one. Valley View school area, light rain and sirens. That's what we're getting from a spotter in that area. Spotter reports tornado has crossed Highway 1, is moving north, is moving toward Highway 161 south. Power lines down along Highway 1 north of Highway 476 in Jonesboro. This is a massive storm. I'm going to take you back to the velocity mode once again. And this is what we're seeing as this storm is now pushing along I-55 here, if you I-55 plus a 5 in that area. So if you're in that area, please be alert as to what's going on. This is a dangerous tornadic situation. I'm going to go back and we'll check this out over the last hour. Watch how this storm has grown in intensity. I take you back toward Wiener there in northeast Arkansas. That storm just came out of nowhere. This is 1 hour. Look where we were 1 hour ago. I mean, this storm is basically non-existent. We go forward in time. There's 6:17. There's 620. Watch how this develops here across just to the west of Highway 49, west of Fisher, around Newport, Tuckerman, Jackson County, as this storm continues working northeast. Now it pushes into Poinsett County. It is to the north of Fisher. Watch how that signature becomes very obvious, very evident there as that signature begins to strengthen and widen as it pushes up toward the Jonesboro area. That's what they're dealing with now in Jonesboro. This is a very potent storm. It is a strong tornado. It looks like tornado warning, tornado damage considerable up in this area. We have got Craighead, Greene, Mississippi County, Dunklin County until 6:45. We have a confirmed large an extremely dangerous tornado located near Bay, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So there you have it, folks. This storm cell is moving through. It is a big one as it continues pushing through Craighead County, Arkansas. There you see it. All this wind that we're picking up with this storm. Brooklyn, Etna, Lakeview, Needham, Phillips. This is a big storm, and it really looks like the best circulation of this storm is right between Bay and Hargett at this particular time. Circulation now crossing I-555, so that is just where we've got it pinpointed right there. April, Alex, I know that, have you heard anything else about storm centers being opened or any other information that you could pass along?
All I have right now is also information coming from some of the spotters out there and looking at social media, and they're still talking about what has been described as a very dangerous situation for Jonesboro and surrounding communities. They say a tornado, according to spotters, has been confirmed and doing a lot of damage and potentially heading to the southeastern portions of the city of Jonesboro. So they say seek shelter right away.
Yeah, we do know that those shelters we told you about that opened early in anticipation of this. The Harrisburg Police Department putting out that they're opening a shelter there in the library, and Weiner, Arkansas opened a safe room in the middle school. But you're told to just watch out for these dark rotating clouds that Tim has been telling you about. They also are putting out some tips about listening for the tornado siren. We've heard that some people said they've heard those sirens go off. Turn on your TV and your radio so that you can get the information that we're sending to you. And that's why it's so important to have the weather app so you can get that information. A lot of people, you never know when this power is going to go out, lines will go down and you won't have power. You may have your cell phone. So that's why that's so important. And just stay out of the car. We don't want to get caught in your car in a storm, but get to a safe place if you can. And if you have to travel to get to that safe place while the coast is clear, you want to do that, but be in a safe place.
You have to do it. And according to some of the other spotters, especially observing what's going on in the Jonesboro area, they're saying to take cover now, or if you know anyone in these areas, tell them to seek a safe place at this very moment. So
taking shelter.
Very potentially dangerous situation there.
And staying away from the windows. And Tim, it's just amazing when you're talking about just how widespread this is and all of the red that is there on your weather screen, just looking at how big this is.
Yeah, this is a massive storm. It's doing a lot of damage up in that area. We need information. If you can pass that along to us, if you live up in these areas, if you're in contact with someone in these areas and you have information that you can pass along to us, man, we would love to hear from you. Just reach out to us here at News Channel 3. You can do it through Twitter. You can do it through Facebook, Instagram, any other social media form that's out there that I'm not aware of. I don't spend a lot of time there, but you can do it the old-fashioned way, 901-543-2111. That's the phone number to call here at News Channel 3, the assignment desk. You can also, if you have breaking news, to send us information on this, you can write news at WREG.com, and that will alert all of us here in the newsroom. So this is the tornado watch. We have the multiple tornado warnings that are now in effect. Let me go ahead and I'll click on this because now it's showing that warning that has been extended over into now northern sections of Mississippi County, Arkansas. That's why this warning is going to go until 7:45 tonight. Ed, let's take this full screen for just a second. I want folks at home to see this, make sure that they can see. This is the very first polygon that was issued here just a few moments ago. I'll zoom into that for you. That one is actually going to go until 7:30 tonight. So that one in the Jonesboro area. Then you see this other polygon around Manila and Clay going up into the Boot Hill area of Missouri. That one's going to go until 7 7:45 tonight. So we've got warnings going at least until 7:45. The watch going until 11 and then 2 o'clock in the morning, depending on your location. Now check this out. We've got more back behind this. We're talking about a line of storms coming through overnight tonight. This is it right here. This one may get us before midnight tonight, but this one closer to town here, still well northwest of the Memphis area, but that's the one that is really of concern right now at this particular time. More information coming in from the National Weather Service. Circulation approaching Highway 18 just west of Lake City. It looks like confirmed spotter tells us that there was a confirmation of this tornado on the ground in sight near the Southridge Fire Department on Highway 163. So we know that we're getting confirmation of these storms showing up on 163, and there's 18 right there. They're around the Nettleton area, Phillips, Needham, Gum Point, these areas. If you are anywhere in this part of the Mid-South, if you live in these areas, seek shelter immediately. If your town, your city falls within this polygon, either one of these polygons, I've taken the data off the screen, Leachville, Big Lake, Lakeview, Lake City, Caraway, Cardwell, any lake up there, just make sure that there's Monet, there's Macy, Childress, Happy Corners, Boynton, Pauline, Rington, Paulding, some of these towns, you know, I've heard of, I've not heard of some of them, but it doesn't matter if I've heard of them or not. If they're showing up on the map, you need to make sure that if your city falls within this polygon, there's Big Lake, once again, Dell, Little River, Burdette, Half Moon. These areas are going to be really hard hit here in the next few minutes, so we want to make sure that you and your family are safe. That is the reflectivity view of this storm. Still heavy amounts of rainfall. Matter of fact, let me do a query on that, and we'll check exactly how much rain that we're talking about, if I can get that to come up in this particular cell here. Okay, if that cell were sitting still, it's not. It's moving northeast at 55. We're talking 17 inches of rain in 1 hour. That's incredible. This storm is moving, so you're not picking up 17 inches of rain, but flash flooding certainly could be a real concern tonight as this storm cell comes through that particular area. This is what it's now looking like as it pushes up on the other side of Needham, Lake City, Lakeview, and it continues pushing up toward the northeast, 55. On this precipitation view, already 1.6 inches of rainfall. This is basically the estimate from Doppler radar over the past 6 hours. So you've got a train here of about 1.5 inches of rainfall going right through Jonesboro and pushing up north of Lake City. So flash flooding could be definitely a concern with this tonight. This is the hail zone that we're seeing. Hail with these particular storms. And this one is a big one because it is dumping quite a bit of hail up toward the Jonesboro area. Matter of fact, not as intense in Jonesboro. Looks like leading up to Jonesboro, we are not seeing quite as much. Now, this is the most recent hail report that we're getting. I'll do a query on that one to find out how big these hailstones are. They're just under an inch a few moments ago. Well, this one, the same thing here, 0.7 of an inch. For a thunderstorm to be severe, remember the hail size? It's 1 inch diameter or greater. So we're just under that, but it really doesn't matter here because we're dealing with a tornado warning. And so because of that, there's hail with this. Heavy rainfall. I showed you lightning just a few moments ago. There's a lot of lightning with these storms as they continue marching right through Craighead County right now. And if you're watching this storm cell and you're within the polygon, what do we tell you? Respect the polygon. Please be advised this situation is a dangerous situation. It is a life-threatening situation. We want to make sure that you and your family are safe as this storm cell comes through now, pushing up toward Lakeview, Lake City, Arkansas. We will go ahead once again and do a velocity mode on this once again, and there you see the rotation, the delineation between these two, the wind moving toward the radar site, the outbound wind here, the red colors now up around Highway 135 as it pushes north around the Lake City area up toward Burnt Hill and these parts of the Memphis and Mid-South area. This is a dangerous situation, ladies and gentlemen. It is northwest of Memphis at this time. To kind of give you an idea, there's Memphis way to the south at this point, and all this is taking place just north of us. So we're watching this very carefully here this evening on News Channel 3. So we want to make sure that we're keeping you and your family up to date on all the changing weather conditions as we see them here tonight. If you have information that you can pass along to us, we want to make sure that that you can do that. Reach out to us through social media. You can reach out to us through the telephone, email, whatever is your preferred method of communication. And thank you, Stanley. I'm good at the moment. Water is going to be great at the moment. But we'll tell you, if it gets much worse than what we're seeing tonight, it might drive the Baptist to drink tonight. I don't know. It's not going to be that bad. It's not going to be that bad. But we've got, at this point, still the tornado watch, the various tornado warnings. Once again, there's another one here. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning just to the north of Little Rock, Arkansas. So we're watching that storm cell as that one will be marching in shortly as well. This has been a very dangerous situation. I'll put this into motion so that you can see the movement of these storms over the past. This is the 3-hour time lapse that we're seeing now across areas of North Mississippi into western Tennessee. Not as concerning. This is where all the action's coming tonight. Well, if you're looking for storm spotting action, if you're looking forward to if you're a weather buff, you like to chase storms, you like to keep up with storms, you want to keep your eyes to the west tonight. Matter of fact, Ed, let me know if we got other looks with the traffic cameras out of Jonesboro or Turrell or some of those areas. I want to go back to those cameras when we can. Maybe even take one of our cameras here at News Channel 3, getting the report that things are clearing out there. What about one of our cameras here? What about the Cotton Exchange camera or maybe even the tower cam here locally? Because we're not dealing with rain in Memphis. We've got cloudy skies. Just want to see if we're picking up any lightning on any of our cameras. I'm kind of glancing off to the side. I don't see that on our traffic cameras. Might have to swing one or two of those cameras a little bit further to the northwest. That is the Cotton Exchange camera. Now this one gets a little janky here, but I'm going to pan that back over toward the west. And as we get closer to northwest, you'll start seeing more of these lightning strikes show up here in just a few moments. Now we're looking back toward the Hernando de Soto Bridge. There it is. We're kind of there's some lightning. I see that. That is northwest of Memphis. There it is. You can see it in the offing there just past the bridge. We'll give it a little bit of a zoom here. And yeah, we're getting quite a lightning show there across areas of northeastern Arkansas. That's showing up very, very nicely there. I'm kind of controlling this camera. This one is one that you have to be very careful with it. One false move and it'll put you in the Mississippi River pretty quick there. Let's go back to Storm Tracker 3S weather radar at this time. As you see on the camera, these storms are well to the northwest of us. Matter of fact, the lightning that you were seeing just a moment ago on camera is from this storm up toward now approaching the Blytheville area, and we're still dealing with that tornado warning. Let me see if I can get back into some chat room information here to see what I can pass along to you at this time. Don't see anything at the moment. Let me get into that real quick. April, Alex, anything else that you're hearing over there at all as far as any damage reports or anything?
I'm still just amazed by that light show that you
can see
showed
the
us,
lightning
because
there.
if we can see that from downtown Memphis, and we know that Jonesboro area is about 65 miles away, imagine, unfortunately, what those folks are dealing with right now.
And they're talking about when you see that lightning, and people on social media are saying they're seeing lightning and tornado near the ground in Jonesboro, Arkansas. So some people are talking about what they're seeing out there, and just being careful when you're out and about. Hopefully you're not out and about. You're getting to a safe place, as Tim has been indicating that we need to do at this point, because when you start seeing and hearing him talk about all of this, it's time to take shelter.
Some of those spotters over there in eastern Arkansas are reporting sightings of a large tornado near Jonesboro tonight, and again, they're saying this could continue in that area for quite some time over the next few minutes or so.
Yeah, some people saying going till 11 o'clock, and I think Tim has talked about that as well. Just being safe, and just we do have the spotters that are out there. They're sending back what they see. We want you to stay safe, but if you're experiencing anything and if you're seeing anything, you can email us, you can hit us up on social media, you can call the station 901-543-2111. Call us at the station. You can hit us up on Facebook, our website, We have our web crew here. We have our social media crew here. And so we're ready to take the information.
We make it easy for you to contact us because we do. The important thing is sharing that information to make sure that you, your neighbors, our neighbors, stay as safe as possible tonight. So again, we're still getting those reports about that twister being on the ground in the Jonesboro area. And Tim, that's what we have right now.
Let's toss over to Jim here. Jim Jaggers joins us right now. Jim, this doesn't catch you by surprise, I guarantee you.
Yeah, we knew that we had the possibility of severe weather today. It got increasingly worse as the week went on to an enhanced risk, which is a rare occurrence of severe weather in the Mid-South, and basically in the area, sort of bullseyed in the area where we have tornado warnings right now. It seems that some of these warnings have been shaved away here out of Harrisburg and Poinsett County, but still Mississippi County, a good portion of that county, is included into a severe thunderstorm, tornado watch until 7:45. When you see purple, and when I see purple on the radar, that is some heavy rainfall. And this particular storm moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour will be in Leechville at 7:26, Hornersville at 7:40, Clay 7:44, Samford 7:53. It'll be in Steele at 8:01 and Caruthersville at 8:16. Now that moves out of our News Channel 3 viewing area. Still, Dyer County would be in line for this storm. Hopefully not. Hopefully it'll die out. But if you're in any of these areas or in the path of the storm as it moves off to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour, you should be in your tornado hiding place. It should be at the lowest floor of the building that you're in. If you've only got one floor, you're on the lowest floor. It should be in the center in a small room like a bathroom with no windows or a closet. Stay away from the windows. Get in the center of the lowest floor. Again, a small bathroom with no windows or a closet. Underneath the stairs is a great place to hide and get in the tornado position, and that would be on your knees, head between your knees, hands over the back of your head, and your elbows over your ears. This is a serious storm, and I'm not liking the shape of what I'm seeing here, particularly of that purple echo there just outside of Leechville. So we're going to continue to monitor the storm and stay with you as long as we have this tornado warning within the News Channel 3 viewing area. As we take a look at the last 3 hours worth of satellite and radar data, you can see the copious amounts of rain here in parts of Craighead County, now in northwestern parts of Mississippi County. If it continues to move off to the north, it might miss Dyer County, but Dyer County, I would be aware and I would be worried with what we've got here in this area. There's more back here in Little Rock, and it's moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, but make no mistake, there is a cold front coming our way, and after a record high temperature of 78 degrees today, breaking the old record of 75. When you break a record, you usually don't do it by 3 degrees. Well, the air is incredibly warm and incredibly unstable. Now, what we've had most of the day is what we call a cap, or a layer of the atmosphere that has prohibited these thunderstorms from building up and getting stronger and stronger and bigger and more serious. But that cap is leaving the area right now, and now we're dealing with these incredibly strong storms with all sorts of lightning associated with it. Again, the last 3 hours worth of satellite radar data shows some of the heaviest activity up here in northeastern parts of Craighead County, but still in Mississippi County. Has a little bit further north move to it, but again, it's being pushed and created by a cold front. Well, that cold front is going to move from the northwest to the southeast through the Mid-South, so eventually we might see some of this activity here in Little Rock move into West Tennessee and give us some more problems. Certainly there's tornadoes associated with those storms here in central Arkansas, just outside of our viewing area. We are concerned with Mississippi County and Booneila, Missouri, Craighead County, but these are storms in our future, so we've got to keep our eye and track on them as well. Again, watches and warnings. This is the precipitation rate, and you could see right here to the north of Lake City, we've got a pretty high value there. That would put it close to 5 inches of rain per hour. Now, it's not going to rain 5 inches in Lake City or north of Lake City, but it is an incredible amount of rain in a short amount of time. Keep in mind that this is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, so an inch or two of rain in that area would not be unheard of. As we take a look at the hail size, Tim's already outlined this near Wiener, the hail size of 1 1/3 inches, and certainly getting close to that, in fact higher than that, to the north of Lake City. Hail is an indication, or one of the red flags or clues that we look at with thunderstorms, and in particular with tornadoes. The larger the hailstorm is, the more severe severe and strong that thunderstorm is. And the hail zone forecasting hail of up to an inch in size is forecast for the next 30 minutes from Truman up to Monette. So we're going to continue to track that particular feature of the storm as well. Cloud tops, we've got cloud tops up to 42, 47, 49,000 feet. Not the biggest I've ever seen, 60, 70,000 feet, but they are certainly strong and certainly delivering a lot of severe weather in our area. Now is the time, if you don't have it yet, download the News Channel 3 weather app. You go to the App Store, you search WREG weather, and you'll have the weather app, and on that you'll see the latest radar, you'll see our latest forecast, you'll see hour-by-hour temperatures, and you'll see all these watches and warnings that we've got across the area. So again, when we take a look at the possibility of severe weather, one of the other features we have on the website of WREG.com is you can sign up for Weather Call. It's a couple of bucks a month. It does have a cost associated with it. We don't get that money. Our vendor who does Weather Call does that, but that will give you a call whenever your cell phone, and you are always with your cell phone, is in a tornado watch or a tornado warning, and it will tell you the details of that and to tune to News Channel 3. But again, we've got this severe thunderstorm, or rather tornado warning, this red up here in northwestern parts of Mississippi County until 7:45. We will stay on the air with you at least until that time, and even longer if we get some of these showers and thunderstorms moving into the News Channel 3 viewing area that we're seeing here north of Little Rock and in north central Arkansas. So I know Tim's been getting a little bit of break, which is well deserved for Tim, I can assure you of that. But this is the latest situation. Tim, have you got any new information from the National Weather Service?
They're continuing this tornado warning, Jim. This is a large tornado that's being indicated here, so that continues. You're busy doing your thing. Tim's over here reloading. That's what he's doing. He's reloading because I want to show you what we're picking up from downtown Memphis here. These storms are up near the Boot Hill area of Missouri, but this is River Cam 3, and this is located right here at News Channel 3. You talk about a lightning show. I mean, you know, 4th of July, those are always good fireworks shows, but boy, the more you just stand out and can watch this lightning from a distance. Of course, you don't want to be outside in it. For sure. We would never advise that. But here in Memphis, looking at that from a distance in the northwestern sky, absolutely beautiful. That's an incredible lightning show. Now, here's what's in effect at the moment as we check out what's going on. Tornado watch is in effect as we check out the map once again. Tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. And now, parts of this tornado watch has actually been elongated. It's been actually reissued here for northeast Mississippi, central Tennessee. So not only just 11 o'clock tonight, that's going to go until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning over in these areas. We continue with the severe thunderstorm warnings here across the Little Rock area, and then we've had multiple tornado warnings. One cell does not look like the others, and that is this one here across now Mississippi County, Arkansas, moving up into the Boot Hill area of Missouri, moving toward the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That's this storm cell, multiple tornado warnings in effect. You can see the various polygons here. This is going to carry over now into Dyer County, Tennessee. So it looks like that we have gotten a new tornado warning that goes into Dyer County, Tennessee. Confirmed damage now up in Monette. Is that Monette? It's sorry. I'm sorry, Jim? Monette. Okay. Yeah, I've got the West Tennessee, North Mississippi. I've got most of those down. I've got all that. Sweet Lips, Gunpoint, all those. You can start moving back over to northeast Arkansas. So more Monette there in that area. We've got confirmed damage in Monette. Also the tornado warning for Mississippi County going until 7:45 tonight in that region. These tornado warnings just keep on coming. Let me pull that back up once again because that is a substantial warning here, a substantial image showing up here on Storm Tracker 3S weather radar. So this is going to be pushing just to the north of Big Lake, Blytheville, Clay, in that general area. We're seeing let's matter of fact check out the rotation on this. We'll see what's happening is in the velocity mode right now, and there is an incredible good signature around the Leachville area there at this particular time. So if you're in the Leachville area, anywhere in that general region of northwestern parts of Mississippi County, Arkansas, seek shelter, and I mean do it immediately. I'm going to put a storm track on that general location as it moves toward the northeast at about 55. Rington, Hornersville, Clay, Rives, Bowie Corner. Between now and 8:01 tonight. 743 Hornersville, 750 Clay, 756 Rives, 8:01 in Bowie Corner. Please be alert to what's going on tonight. This is a tornado warning. It is a confirmed tornado that has been on the ground, and we're here to make sure that you and your family are safe during this particular time. This is the velocity mode. This is where we're seeing the rotation with the storm, so it certainly is no conjecture here. It is confirmed. Watching this tornado signature now move up toward the Missouri Boot Heel. This is some of the rainfall amounts that we've had over the past 6 hours or so, just to show you that, yeah, this one has really been pumping out the rainfall. We've had 1.5, 1.6. There's still 1.6 inches worth of rainfall with this particular line coming through the Jonesboro area. Let me go ahead and initialize that. That's pretty much the hail track that we've had with this. Some hail in excess of an inch in diameter, some toward 1.5 inches diameter hail with this storm cell. Matter of fact, these are some of the latest reports coming in up around Leachville. This is actually within the past 2 hours. So let's go ahead and do a query on that and see what kind of hail size we're showing. That's 9/10 of an inch, so right at an inch diameter hail in that general area. So it's pretty close. You're going to pick up some large hail in that particular neighborhood as that particular cell comes now through Leachville and is taking aim on the Missouri Boot Heel, going up toward Pemiscot counties and in those general areas. Here's your severe weather risk that continues for tonight. It is not just an enhanced risk or a slight risk. This is actually a moderate risk. It was issued by the Storm Prediction Center earlier today as these storms continue pushing toward the northeast. This is pretty much our bullseye as we are watching with these storms. The atmosphere is really primed for this situation. As Jim mentioned, temps in the 70s all across the area, and I'm going to bump Jim up by 2 degrees, but we went earlier 78, now 80 degrees was the official high temperature, Jim. So we bested it by a couple more degrees. So yeah, Jim's like, that's good with him over there. But nonetheless, this atmosphere primed for this type of an outbreak, as I mentioned earlier this evening, very similar to the tornadic outbreak that we had back in 2015, 2 days before Christmas. And if you are in North Mississippi, you probably remember that very well indeed. We've got more tornado warnings coming down the pike. I see what Jim is loaded up for here that he'll be sharing in just a moment. So Jim, we're still tracking that storm up around north of Blytheville, but I can see more storms are in the offing there.
There are, and I was just looking at velocity. That storm just south of Monette, and it looks like that may be a developing tornado as well. Let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. We've got a tornado warning until now. Is it 8 or 8:15, Tim? 8:15, I believe?
I'm double checking here, 8:15.
Now includes parts of Dyer County and is shower and thunderstorm activity that's moving off to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. More upstream from us here in central Arkansas. These storms in effect until tornado warning until 8:15 for the one just to the northeast of Little Rock. The one a little bit further north goes until 7:45. So we've got plenty of thunderstorm activity, and it's turned tornadic late this evening and late this afternoon and early this evening. This particular storm here is going to be in Clay at 7:44, Oakville at 7:58, Braggadocio at 8:04. It'll be in Pascola at 8:09, Caruthersville 8:16, and Ridgely at 8:30. So we're monitoring this storm. That's the tornado part of the storm system. And as we take a look at the last 3 hours worth of satellite and radar data, you can see how it's moved pretty quickly from north of Harrisburg in the last hour to north of Blytheville. And these storms are just as intense back here in central Arkansas and eventually work their way to the Mississippi River, pushed ahead by the cold front that is really going to cool us down over this weekend. But again, the last couple of hours where the satellite and radar data show the storm, the heavy parts of the storm moving up into the Boot Heel of Missouri, and Dyersburg may not be in direct line for the worst part of the storm. I would still be weather aware, and I'd still make sure that you can get watches and warnings very easily, Dyersburg, but hopefully it'll go to your north. What won't go to our north eventually are these storms that we see here in Little Rock headed towards the Mississippi River. So as we take a look at the watches and warnings, we've got the ones here in northeastern Arkansas, northern West Tennessee, part of Lauderdale County, the extreme northern part of Lauderdale County, now included in the new tornado warning until 8:15. The western third of Dyersburg up into Obion County and Weakley counties in the line for that storm as well. But the appearance of the heaviest part of the storm seems to be going a little bit to the north. So again, the heaviest part of the storm may not catch Dyer County except for the extreme northwest part of Dyer County. Now this is the velocity. This is what I was talking about earlier today, just a few moments ago. Gate-to-gate shear is the comparison of one little pixel against another that are together right next to each other. And what that does is give us an idea of how fast the winds are spinning around. The gate-to-gate shear that I indicated earlier, that has since moved on, but it's now 9 meters per second. It was up to about 90 meters per second, and it was closer to about 60 miles per hour in the negative. That means that particular pixel, like these pixels here, these red pixels here, are moving away from the radar beam, moving away from the tower of Storm Tracker 3S. Right next to it, green, that is moving towards. So right here, we've got a very tight rotation of very high wind speeds, up to 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. That's a tornado, and that's what we look for when we're looking at velocity on Storm Tracker 3S or any Doppler radar. Now, we also take a look at the precipitation rates, been very high. We can interpret by this white to gray, light blue here to the south of State 412 and to the north of Manila. That's up to about 5 inches of rain per hour. Now, obviously, they're not going to get 5 inches because it's moving so fast. The storm is moving almost as fast as they do on State 412, but it is moving off to the northeast. And again, Dyer County is pretty much east of that, and so with this moving northeast, hopefully again it won't catch the northwest corner of Dyer County, but don't be so sure. Stay tuned to News Channel 3. We'll keep you up to date. Hail size about the same, getting up to close to 2 inches of hail size. The thickness or the diameter of the hail size being about 2 inches, and that is about that big. That'll do some damage, and not only do some damage, but do some injuries as well. So stay inside if you're around the Lake City or Manila area, anywhere close to this particular storm system. I talked a few moments ago about the cap. Well, here's sort of an explanation of the cap. As long as the temperature keeps falling with height, the air will continue to rise. Well, as the day heats up, as it did today, to 80 degrees, as Tim pointed out, more warm updrafts form, and this warm air here is keeping that's the cap. If the updraft hits the warm layer, it's unable to continue upward. Well, now that warm air is gone because now we've got even warmer air. So that warmer air works through the cap and eventually allows the storms to get even taller, even stronger, and give us the severe weather that we're getting right now in the News Channel 3 viewing area. Download the News Channel 3 weather app. It's free to download. It's free to use. You could use it right now if you wanted to. You could make your own comparisons on radar, or you can get Weather Call. Go to WRG.com/weather. Download Weather Call. It is a couple of bucks a month. It's a very good investment in your safety, in your family's safety, and your friends' safety. So just remember, we've got these tornado warnings going on, particularly here in Mississippi County, northern Lauderdale County, and parts of Dyer County as well. But notice how the heavy part of the storm is now moving to the north of the polygon. Ideally, what we would like to do is have that polygon and the storm right in the middle of it, or certainly at the beginning of this beginning line. But it's drifting even further to the north. Well, that's good news. It's moving a little bit too fast. Good news, at least for Dyer County. Bad news for those of you who are in the Boot Heel, Missouri. But it looks like it may go just to the north of Dyer County. But that's a call is for the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service issues the tornado watches. They issue the tornado warnings, the severe thunderstorm watches, and severe thunderstorm warnings. And I'm more than happy to leave that responsibility up to them. It's my responsibility and Tim's responsibility and News Channel 3's responsibility to pass this life-saving information on to you. So we're going to continue to monitor this storm. I like the path that it's taking now, Tim, but it is one nasty storm, and I'm anxious to hear any types of damage reports, although the Weather Service doesn't have them yet. It takes a little time for that to happen, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. We'll get that here in just a moment. I want to follow up on something that you did, Jim, because we've been talking about that cap this afternoon a lot, and you showed it quite poignantly there. So I'm going to show how a tornado forms, because in a situation like this, a lot of people wonder, well, how does it happen? I mean, you study this in school. You kind of wonder what's going on. Well, you have surface winds that are taking place. These winds can be very strong winds, and then you have stronger upper level winds, and sometimes those winds are not going in the same direction. That causes the wind shear. And so with these winds so strong and sometimes going in different directions, that can cause a very strong rotating column of air. So as a tornado starts, it may be funneling over like this. Looks like it's on its side, so to speak. But then you start dealing with these thunderstorms, and thunderstorms have very strong updrafts, downdrafts. But these updrafts catch this column of air, and what it does basically is turn it up on its side, if you will. You've got a very strong updrafts in these, rotating column of air. That leads to basically a rotating wall cloud. When you see a wall cloud, good forerunner that you're going to have a tornado, and then that turns into that rotating column of air that we're very familiar with, that we call either a funnel cloud or a tornado. It comes all the way down to the ground. It's a tornado. If it does not touch the ground, it's classified as a funnel cloud and usually doesn't do much damage. So as far as tornado safety is concerned, Jim also mentioned this earlier, we want to make sure that you're into the interior part of your home, a hallway, a closet, a bathroom. You don't want to be on the outside walls at all. I cannot tell you how many tornado sites I have been to, like the day after a tornado, and seen the damage done to a home. And oftentimes, one or two rooms left standing. It's usually the bathroom inside in the interior part of the home. So if you've got a basement, yeah, that's even better. Basement is a great place to be. It's the best place to be. Years ago when we built a house at our neighborhood, I made sure we had a basement there because I'm never at home in severe weather. I'm always here covering severe weather for News Channel 3. So I never wanted to worry about my wife and kids in severe weather, knowing that we had at least a basement that they could get to. Hail sizes, we've talked about that tonight as well. Ping pong ball size hail, baseball size hail. Well, we're talking really tonight about quarter size hail, about 1 inch diameter hail with these hailstones. The next is 1.5 inches, and that's ping pong size hail. We've seen, I think, 1 or 2 reports of that, but that is basically the largest that we've had so far here tonight. So that kind of tells you how these tornadoes form. It tells you how we cover the various hail sizes and where you need to be in severe weather. Now, April and Alex are standing by. They have been so faithfully here all night long because this is, I guess, our elongated version of News Channel 3 at 6. And so we're often covering these severe storms and tornadoes. Alex, April, what do you have over there as far as damage reports?
Well, we're still hearing from spotters as we kind of look through social media right now, confirming a tornado doing some damage along Highway 18 heading towards Leachville, Arkansas. Spotters there are describing this, obviously, as a very dangerous situation.
And they were talking about Monette, Arkansas, and we had somebody send in some pictures. They were on Twitter sending in a picture. Looks like a little bit of damage there. In Monette, Arkansas. It said tornado damage near Monette, and this was around 7:35. But we also hear people talking about the News Channel 3 weather app we've asked people to download, and we had one person send us an email, and she said the weather sirens are going off in Osceola, Arkansas. This is Arkansas girl, and she said she just downloaded her WRAG Channel 3 app. It's the best thing that she could have done. She is getting the updates and watching all of this going on in her area, and she just wants to thank us for keeping her informed and safe. And that's why it's so important to have that app for where you are and in your neighborhood, what's coming near you.
As we say so many times, that information right here in the palm of your hand. Also hearing, again, going back to the town of Leachville in Mississippi County, Arkansas, one spotter there claiming that the town has unfortunately taken a direct hit by a large tornado with debris flying up to 15,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, that's scary when you think about it. And that's how dangerous this can be. And this is dark outside. You can't see. And sometimes power will go out. The power lines will go down. That's why it's so important that you are in a safe place, just like Jim and Tim have been telling us.
And we were hearing a little bit earlier that the cities of Harrisburg and the town of Weiner, They have what's called the safe rooms, and
Right.
they're opening up schools and libraries this evening and making sure that people have a place to go to be as safe as possible.
Because taking precaution is so important in this, that you don't want to be near windows. You don't want to be out driving, just driving around aimlessly trying to see anything. You want to get into that lowest place that Jim was talking about, and no windows around, so you don't want the flying glass. And so this is the time to put into practice what you've been told.
Practice what you preach. Tim?
All right, thank you very much. Excuse me, April and Alex. I should have some more water while you guys were on the air. Check out the lightning that we've got right now. This is from Memphis, looking northwest, right over the Hernando de Soto Bridge, and quite a lightning show up in that area. And you mentioned Leachville just a moment ago, Alex. Yeah, that is so far what I'm seeing here in the chat room. That's probably the hardest hit area that we've had tonight. They really have wanted us to push that. National Weather Service reaching out to all the media, making sure that we've got Leachville, and we have been talking about Leachville for sure, but that looks like that has been one of the prime areas that has been hit tonight. Bullseye, severe weather risk right here across the Memphis Mid-South area, and that, of course, would be the moderate risk category that we've been talking about throughout the day. And these storms have been popping up. They were slow to materialize because, as we've been talking about that cap all day, said once we got past really sunset, it looked like that cap would be alleviated, and that has certainly been the case. These storms have been popping and has not caught us by surprise. Jim's got the latest on the tornado warnings. We'll toss it over to him. Jim?
Okay, so Tim, one of the warnings has been expired, and now we're left with one tornado warning now for the Boone, Missouri, parts of Obion County, the western third of Dyer County, into the extreme northern part of Lauderdale County into Mississippi County. This goes until 8:15. This is the same storm that Tim's been tracking for a little over an hour now, as it moves off to the north-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Again, I like the position of the storm strictly for selfish purposes for News Channel 3 and in particular Dyer County. The heaviest part of the storm is going along the north end of that polygon. Ideally, we'd like to see that polygon with the heaviest part of the storm in the middle of it. It's moving to the north, and it is on the trajectory right now of moving just to the north of Dyer County. However, the northwestern corners of Dyer County still very susceptible to severe weather, as is anybody in this tornado warning. That's why we're warning you. There's a tornado very close to you, and other tornadoes could develop in other parts of the storm. And we've been seeing some development of that in this particular storm system. And one thing that really frightens me right now is that we've got a hook echo just outside of the tornado warning area until 8:15. This particular echo is what we call a hook echo. And when we didn't have color radar and we just had weather radar and it was black and white, that was one of the things we looked for when we looked to find tornadoes, is a hook echo. And there's very clearly one right there to the west of Hornersville, to the north of Manila. Very easily could be indicating more tornado development. Now, the National Weather Service is still looking at this right now to determine if it's getting on the ground, but it is beginning to move into the tornado warning area and around the Hornsville area. So we're going to take a close look at that in just a few minutes with Tim. But as this whole storm moves off to the north and east, hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll miss the News Channel 3 viewing area by and large. Now, tracking this particular storm, again, here in Hornersville, we're seeing a hook echo. It should be in Oakville at about 7:51, Braggadocio at 7:56, Hayti at 8:03, Mooring 8:22, Tiptonville 8:28, and Sandburg at 8:36. So this is the path of the storm. Should be here in about an hour, not too far from Mooring, and that is what the track of the storm is currently. Has packing quite a bit of lightning, as you could see. The lightning strikes completely obliterate the radar echoes to the north of Blytheville, but again, moving off to the north-northeast at about 75 miles per hour. Looking upstream from Memphis in the News Channel 3 viewing area, we see a line of thunderstorms, and we showed you even on Wednesday night this line of thunderstorms coming on through after midnight. That looks like that's on track at the present time. And when we take away the lightning, you can see how intense the storm is. This is the most intense storm that we've got in the area up near Boone, Missouri, but there we can see some purple echoes, several inches of rain, 5 to 7 inches of rain up up there, and not so intense here around the Little Rock area, although I do see now a purple spot there just in the Little Rock area, the North Little Rock area. So again, this is far from over. You need to stay tuned to News Channel 3 and keep up to date on these severe weather. Now, the tornado watch was issued earlier this afternoon, and that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. However, there's another part of it that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning for northeastern Mississippi and McNairy County as well. So we're going to be here tracking the storms for you. But again, there's the tornado warning until 8:15. We've got more back here in even some severe thunderstorm warnings around the Little Rock area and to the south and west of the Little Rock area. Again, we're looking at velocity, and what we're seeing is not making me happy. We're seeing another couplet of velocity, winds going towards the radar at about 50, 60 miles per hour, right next to another couplet, another pixel that is moving away at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. We're seeing these winds move towards the radar to here in Memphis, and winds right next to them are moving away. So there's circulation there as well. We take a look at this is the precipitation rate. We're seeing pretty bright white here, or north and east of Clay. Looks like it's going to go to the north of Steele and in between Carruthersville and Kennett. That is about 5 inches of rain or more per hour. Hail size up to 1 1/3 inch hail, maybe a little bit higher than that in some spots of the Mid-South. Again, we want to talk about tornado safety, where you and your family should hide should a tornado be close to you, or you should be in a tornado warning area. Most homes in the Memphis metropolitan area and in the Mid-South are single-level homes just like this one. And when we have severe weather around the Mid-South, things start picking up. The winds start picking up all sorts of debris, and that debris is going to break some windows. So we want you to stay away from windows. Now, if this white area, that's the garage door, and we want to look for the safe places here. You're looking for an interior room with no windows. And in this case, this bathroom has no windows. The hall would be an okay place. The closet, I think, better, because it's a small room, and you don't want a lot of ceiling when you've got a tornado, because one of the first things that will happen is your roof will be ripped off. If you're in a single-family dwelling, your roof is your attic. Your roof and attic are ripped off, and you could be in some trouble. If there's very little ceiling, then the walls are very close and will help to hold that ceiling in. Underneath the stairs is a great place as well. Hallway, I'm not too wild about, but the stairs, the bathroom with no windows, and the closet, I think is where I'm going to put my family. Now, if you're lucky enough to have a basement, I did many years ago here in Memphis, basement is the best place. Now, whether it has windows or halls or closets, it doesn't matter. Basement is the safest place. There's many things a tornado can do, but one thing it can't do is go into the ground. Now, some people are afraid, oh no, the house is going to fall down on me. Tornadoes don't push houses down; they pick things up. Okay, yes, some things are going to fall in the destruction of your home, but the whole house is not going to fall down on you. So, basement is still the safest place. And one of the safest things you can do is download the News Channel 3 weather app at the App Store. Absolutely free to get, absolutely free to use. If you want to spend some money, you want to get a Christmas present for grandma or granddad, well, you can sign them up for Weather Call. It is a couple of bucks a month. You pay for it on an annual basis. You go to WREG.com/weather, download the weather, you give them your information, and it will call your cell phone wherever you are. Even if you're in a different part of the country and there's a tornado warning, you will get a call from Weather Call about severe thunderstorm warnings, severe thunderstorm watches, tornado warnings, and you can set all that information there on WREG.com/weather. But this storm is a big one, and it's up to our north, and it continues to cause us problems here in the Mid-South. Tim, I'm very anxious for the latest that we've got from the National Weather Service.
You got it, Jim. Just checking the chat room here, and the chat room at the moment is empty. We were having some internet issues here with the chat room, trying to reestablish that contact, because that's a lot of good information that comes to us from the storm spotters that are out there. There are a lot of people, ham radio operators, and we have a lot of you that watch News Channel 3. We appreciate what you do to help keep us safe in situations like this. You know, Jim was just talking about where to be in your home when these storms hit. I will never forget, and I've done this for 35 plus years, I will never forget in Union County, Mississippi, a number of years ago, we were doing a storm survey of a community that had been hit by a tornado. Went to this little house, and I just started looking around, and it had been completely demolished by a tornado. And there was one room left in that home that was still standing. It was the bathroom, and there was just like a little bathtub there. And as I'm looking at that, there's a young girl walked up. She was with child. She had a 2-year-old daughter with her, and she said, would you like to find out how I lived through that storm last night? And I'm like, you were here? She said, I was in that bathtub. And she told me that her brother, who was like 18 years old, came to the house, got she and her 2-year-old daughter, and put them in the bathtub, that little bathtub, and he went and grabbed the crib mattress off of the baby bed and put that on top of them. And then that 18-year-old brother laid on top of the mattress, and he was acting as basically a human shield to protect his older sister and his little niece and the other niece that would be on the way in a few months. And I've never forgotten that. So when we deal with these situations like this, that really humanizes the fact of what we're dealing with, that people are impacted tremendously through these storms. Sometimes they lose everything. And so we hope that that is not the case tonight. We've been watching quite a bit of lightning here from downtown Memphis on our camera, Rivercam 3, because all this at this particular time is well north of us. And of course, as we take it full screen, as usually happens, we don't see any lightning, but we will in just a couple of minutes, because there's a little bit showing up from time to time. But that is well north of us. We're seeing lightning from basically the Boot Hill area of Missouri. Still in that bullseye for tonight as we're dealing with that moderate risk of severe weather across the Mid-South. This is all taking place in that bullseye of moderate risk category for sure. Tornado watch does continue in case you're just getting home. You're wondering what's going on. I'm not watching my favorite TV show on News Channel 3. I'm watching Simpson, Jaggers, Coleman, and Thompson and instead. And there's a reason for that. We've got tornadoes in the Mid-South area tonight. We have other tornadoes that are approaching our area and will be here. That's why these watches go until 11 o'clock tonight. Some go until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that's mainly northeastern parts of Mississippi and central parts of Tennessee. This is what it looks like on Storm Tracker 3S weather radar. This cell here is the one that has done the extensive damage up into Craighead County, even over to the Leachville area tonight. We have another line of storms coming out between Little Rock and Harrisburg, Arkansas at this time. We'll deal with those storms as they get here in the next few minutes, because there are multiple warnings out for that line as well. If we could, Ed, let's take this full screen, because I think that will show up really, really well so the folks at home can see exactly what's taking place over my shoulder. I'll even zoom into some of these areas for you as well. And there you see it coming through Searcy right now into the McCrory area. That looks like a little bit of a, that one is bowing out, a little bit of a bow echo there. It's approaching the Augusta area with some gusty winds there. This is still the warning that's in effect until 8:15 tonight. I believe that was 8:15 or 8:45. Sorry, 8:15, and so we'll lose that warning here in about 17 minutes or so, but then we'll have to deal with what's coming back in behind us here from the west. So look at this signature here. This is right around New Survey, up around Gobbler. These are areas that, quite honestly, I'm not in very often. You see Covington, but that's up in Missouri. This is where we're seeing an intense echo here of what looks to be a tornado. Let me put this one into motion here. That's going back too long. Let me take this back just a little bit over the last hour or so, and I'll just do this one by hand, because I want you to see that echo. Look at that coming through the Clay area. This one is held together very nicely over the last little bit. Let's see how it comes through Leachville per se. So there's Leachville. Keep your eye on Leachville. This tornado did a lot of damage coming straight through Leachville. It is coming up now into the Boot Hill area of Missouri. It is pushing up into the Clay area. We have an incredible signature there, now pushing up into just north of Steele, approaching the Braggadocia area, but this is around New Survey and Oakville. If you are in this area, folks, you are in the path of a tornado, and now is the time for you to seek safety. Do it now. Do it quickly, because this storm is a tornadic storm. It is heading your way. It's moving toward the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Braggadocio, Gill, Hayti, Mid-Continent, and Mooring, all in the path of this storm. 8:02, that's about 2 minutes from now. Braggadocio, 8:07, Gill. Hayti, 8:11, Mid-Continent also 8:11. Mooring at 8:29. We're just giving you a heads up that this storm is coming your way. We want you to be attentive to what's going on. We want to keep you and your family safe. Folks up in that area watch us on cable, maybe not get us through the air, but they get us on cable. We want to make sure that you and your family are safe. 8 o'clock. WREG TV in Memphis, Tennessee. Wall-to-wall weather coverage tonight. At the moment, Tim Simpson along with Jim Jaggers. April Thompson is here with us. She is basically manning the information coming in from the viewers. If you have information to report, we want to hear from you. But right now, this cell that we're seeing approaching the Braggadocio area is a cause for concern. As we watch the system push up into the Boot Hill area of Missouri, it will be out of our viewing area in the next few minutes. So we're with you at least, it looks like, until 8:15 tonight on this storm cell. But also we pick up these storms that are coming through central Arkansas. They will be here within the next 30 to maybe 60 minutes or so. This is the hail zone showing all the hail that's taken place within the past hour or so, coming up through Leetsville, now pushing up to around the Steele area. I'll do a query on that one just real quickly here to check our hail size. We went through that. There it is, 9/10 of an inch showing up there. So basically right at an inch diameter hail, which is severe, no doubt. So you're seeing not only the winds with this, the tornadic activity, the heavy rainfall, but also the hail with this storm as it continues to push up toward Braggadocio, Caruthersville, up in that area as well. So stay with us here as we continue to monitor these storms. There you see the lightning associated with this. And I was looking at the tops on this storm a few moments ago. Tops on this one up to like 50,000 feet here as we're picking up some of that moderate rainfall. It's showing like the 50,000 foot mark as it continues moving northeast. And this is a pretty monster storm that we're dealing with at this point. And these temps continue in the 70s. No one's cooling off yet. I'm sure we will pick up some cooler temperatures looking back toward Little Rock in those areas, but not here in the News Channel 3 viewing area. Let's check in with Jim, and then we'll go to April here in just a moment to see if she has further information. But Jim, give us an update.
I'll tell you, Tim, that's 78 degrees. It's 8 o'clock in the evening in December. 78 is what you would expect for high temperatures in spring, or you would expect 78 degrees at 8 o'clock in the middle of July or August. We've got them in December. Now, there's some good news and some not so good news with the tornado warning. One of the pieces of good news is it seems to be trimmed out a little bit. It's at least Lauderdale County is out of that warning now. It still goes until 8:15, but they've trimmed off the south part of it, and for good reason, because the heaviest part of the storm is going on the northern side of that polygon. So we're continuing to watch it. A piece of bad news is that we've got that hook echo. I still don't see that immediately right now, but oh yes I do. There it is. Okay, just to the north of Steele. Heavy rainfall here in the purple to the north of Caruthersville and to the north of Steele as well. But there is a life cycle to a thunderstorm, and this is such a big thunderstorm that different parts of it are in different parts of the life cycle of a thunderstorm. But if it was just one, it would build up and get really strong, and it would take up a lot of warm, moist air, and then that's sort of like an inhale when you inhale a breath, and then it would sort of exhale a little bit and calm down a little bit, not be as intense. And it's still very intense, but not as intense as when it's taking a breath in. So that's what's happening in different parts of the storm. We're still worried about these areas of purple. I'm worried about that hook echo there, but it seems to be dying down. Now, we've been showing you hail sizes of up to 2 inches. Now it's around an inch. That's, again, sort of a relaxation or a weakening of the storm. Still very strong. It's still hail, but it's weakening, and it's very likely to take another breath intake and get strong again, but hopefully it'll be out of our area by the time that happens. Now, the area of lighter, not as dark red, would be the tornado watch that's in effect until 11 o'clock for most of the News Channel 3 viewing area, although there's a part of it that will be under the northeastern Mississippi, McNairy County until 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll continue to monitor the storms. Don't worry about that. Let's track the storm. Again, back in the area that's the most severe, it's going to be in Hayti at 8:11, Stewart 8:23, Tiptonville 8:32, Bessie 8:37, Grays Camp 8:43, and Clayton at at 8:51. Now, as we take a look at just radar and the lightning along with it, there's plenty of lightning with the storm. Tim's been showing you the lightning strikes on one of our weather cams. There's another line of storms back here from Little Rock off to the northeastern Arkansas. Another area of storminess up in south central Missouri. We're not even close to being done with this storm. Good news is, though, that it'll be over with by, I'm thinking, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Is that right, Tim? Is that timing still good? He says it is. He's shaking his head. I can hear it. We've got plenty of thunderstorm and heavy rainfall back here in Arkansas. It is also moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, but more importantly, it's moving off to the east, and that's what we need this storm to do. The cold front along with it, we need it to move completely through the News Channel 3 viewing area. 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, depending upon where you are in the News Channel 3 viewing area, would be your end time for this bad weather. We're seeing a very problematic velocity picture here. These winds here in the green are moving towards the radar. They're inbound towards the radar site here in Memphis, and these are moving out. Now, this is a lot of confused data. It'd be the best. It's not necessarily going towards or back towards the radar, away from the radar. It's just sort of confused right now. But we are seeing winds moving around in a clockwise or counterclockwise fashion that would indicate tornadoes around the Braggadocio area. As we take a look at the precipitation rate, we're seeing a bigger area of white here. That's 5 inches of rain per hour. It's to the north of Steele. It's to the south of Homestown. It's to the northeast of Caruthersville. And as we take a look here at Dyer County, as we've been talking about, the trajectory of this storm, at least the heaviest part of it, is going just to the north of Dyer County. Hopefully that will continue. If you're in Dyer County, if you're anywhere close to this tornado warning, you want to pay attention to the weather. You want to keep on watching News Channel 3. You want to keep up to date with the bad weather that's happening in our area, because this is one heck of a storm. Now, I know Tim and I are both anxious, as are you, to get any information of any damage or injuries or, heaven forbid, fatalities. But when it's a big tornado like this one looks like it may be, it may take quite some time before we get information back, because the Emergency Management Agency, the police, the fire department have to get the report from the public, and that's difficult to do. Power lines down, telephone lines down, cell towers down. They've got to get that information. Then they got to go out there, and they got to get there, and they may have to go through trees or wrecks or all sorts of things to actually get there, and then they've got to respond to that emergency. That all takes time. Once they get done responding to the emergency, they can call back a damage report to the Emergency Management Agency of that particular county or that particular area, and then they get that back to the National Weather Service. All of this coordination takes some time to figure out that it happened, to let it happen, to figure it out that it happened, to get there, to respond to the emergency, and then report back what information they can. Take some time. When you've got a big storm like this one could be, it's got all the signs as far as I'm concerned. It checks a lot of boxes. Then it may take some time to get damage. Hopefully no damage, hopefully no injuries. But we're going to wait and continue to monitor, and that's what we've got April and Alex here to help us do while Tim and I look at radar and interpret that for you. Hail size still between 1 inch and 2 inches in some spots of the Mid-South. Of course, the main part of the storm up here to the north of Cooter and to the south and east of Caruthersville. We take a look at the downloading the News Channel 3 weather app. We've been urging you to do that, and that is useful no matter what the weather is, whether it's really bad like it is tonight or really good, or you're planning a weekend, or you want to find out what's happening in another part of the country. You can actually plug in your own city. I'm going down to Destin, I'm going over to Nashville, or I haven't been to Texarkana in years. And it'll give you that forecast. Weather Call would also give you a call wherever you are, because you've always got your cell phone with you, of any tornado watches or warnings or severe thunderstorm watches or warnings. But again, the tornado warning goes until 8:15, and we continue to monitor this storm to keep you and your family safe. Tim?
Okay, Jim, real quick, they got another tornado warning. It's also in effect up in that area, just issued now till 8:45. So now we've extended it from 8:15 to 8:45, and up in this area of Missouri, up into Pemiscot County, Missouri, the National Weather Service is actually calling this a tornado emergency. So that's how dire this situation is here. Not Dyer County, just Dyer. And this is up around Hayti, just to the northeast of Braggadocio. The Caruthersville area, there is great concern for Caruthersville. Caruthersville has been hit in years past, and this is a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, a tornado emergency right now up in these areas. of Pemiscot County, Missouri. Let's check in with April Thompson real quick. I know that Melissa Moon from News Channel 3 is headed up to that area. She'll have some reports for us shortly, but unfortunately she's not flying up on a jet.
Yeah.
She's taking the ground transportation up there. But what do you have over there, April?
That's true, Tim. Just like Jim was saying, it takes time to get there. We do have Melissa heading to some of the areas where there have been reported some sightings and possibly some damage. We know even from a while back we were talking about Jonesboro, Arkansas and Brookland, Arkansas, that they had some tornadoes spotted there, and that was confirmed by the National Weather Service spotters near Weiner, and we talked about that. And so Melissa is going to try to check out some of those spots to see what she can find. Now, we are hearing about Dunklin County as well as some reported damage there and on Craighead County Road 428 near the roundabout. Now, this was about 15 minutes ago, all of this coming in very slowly. And of course, we've been talking about that damage near Monette, Arkansas. So still a lot of places in Arkansas still feeling this. We want to remind you that so far we have heard from Harrisburg, Arkansas and Weiner, Arkansas about some safe places that people can go. I'm sure other places are doing that as well. And if you are erecting a safe place and directing people to go to a safe place, call us here at WREG and let us know so we can get that information out so that people will know where to go. But in Harrisburg, Arkansas, we know they have opened the shelter and the library there. So if you need a place to go in Harrisburg or Weiner, they opened it at the middle school. We know some of these other places that are feeling these effects now in Osceola and Dunklin, they may also be opening shelters. We just want you to give us a call, 901-543-2111. Let us know that. You can hit us up on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Also let us know what you are seeing and what kind of damage, if any. But again, the important thing is for you to remain safe, to go to that safe place if the storm is headed in your direction, Tim. And we can't say that enough for people to just take precaution, because what you're showing on the radar there and on the screen, it looks pretty dire in some of these areas that people need to already be taking precautions.
April, this is just a really horrific night that's unfolding across areas of northeast Arkansas, the Boot Hill area of Missouri. Let me pass along some information that I am just getting here. The observed tornado damage threat, they're now classifying as catastrophic. 2-inch diameter hail up in Pemiscot County, Missouri. I just lost my information. There is a nursing home up in that area. I'm trying to, I'll get back in the room here. We've had multiple issues. There it is. There it is. It's back. There is report of a nursing home in Monette that has collapsed with everyone inside. They are calling for nurses and doctors per nurse that is being called in now. That is up in Monette, Missouri. They are having, or Monette, Arkansas. They're having issues in that area. A roof has collapsed on a nursing home, and they need doctors and nurses in that area. Catastrophic damage being reported. We're monitoring storms in Jackson and Woodruff counties of Arkansas. Melissa Moon is on her way up. Melissa, can you hear me? Are you with us, Melissa?
Yes.
All
I
right.
can hear you.
Melissa, you are like, you are the social media queen in Memphis, and you have contacts everywhere. What are you hearing? What information can you pass along?
Well, I did speak to someone with the Monette Police Department, and they say this is the north side of Monette where this damage is. They say that they don't know of any reports of injuries right now, but they did say that there were some buildings that did collapse. They did confirm that, and there were some entrapments. They say they are bringing in officers and people from other areas to come and assist, but right now the best thing that people can do is just avoid that area. That north side of Monette is all they can say right now. There may be a few different areas there, but right now, again, the Monette Police Department say they are bringing in people from other surrounding counties to help, and say that individuals should avoid that area right now. Again, they also said that they didn't know of any injuries, but there were some buildings that did collapse. They did confirm that, and that there were some entrapments, so that's what they're working on right now. We are still about 30 minutes away from Monette, but of course, when we get on the ground there and we can bring you some pictures, of course, we'll let you know the very latest of what's going on. But for right now, the Monette Police Department is asking all individuals to avoid the north side of Monette right now. because there are buildings that have collapsed, buildings that are unstable, and they're trying to get in there and do some rescues right now. Tim.
Okay, Melissa, thank you very much. You are a multitasker. You got someone driving you up there to the scene. You're monitoring all this. Any information that you have that you can pass along to us that you're picking up, please let us know here back at the station. Also, getting reports from up in Monette of a cell tower that is down as well. So, April, I guess what that does, that adds insult to injury. The fact that communications now could be impacted up in Monette. The fact that they've got a cell tower down. They've got a nursing home that has been greatly damaged there. They're calling for doctors and nurses to come to the nursing home. At least that is the information that we are getting here. Let's see, we're getting another information. Semis rolling down I-55 in that area, reporting tornado on the ground. Once again, this connection goes in and out with the chat room. So as far as seeing these reports, there we are. Tornado continues northeast with numerous explosions, power flashes in the Hayti vicinity. So up in the Hayti, Missouri area as well. Tornado up in Craighead, Greene counties. A new tornado warning has now been issued. It goes until 9 o'clock for Craighead, Greene counties. Tornado near northeast of Newport, moving northeast now at 60 miles per hour. So let me take you back to this line of storms here, and we'll lay some tornado watches and warnings in on this one as well. We're seeing another line of storms now pushing into this area. That would be here across areas of central, now moving into eastern Arkansas. There it comes. It is all working to the east. And we're full screen. That's good because we'll start you up here in Missouri. The Boot Hill area. This is right around the Caruthersville area. This is the one that has been causing all of the damage that we're hearing words like catastrophic, words like tornado emergency, cell tower down, nursing home roof collapsed. That's the kind of damage that we're getting from this particular storm that is moving up toward Caruthersville right now. Let's take the velocity scan of this storm. It looks like that the worst of this is now moving north of Caruthersville in that area. So this is now north of Caruthersville. Let me just walk this back over the last few minutes, and you can see that rotation that we're seeing right there. Braggadocio moving up toward Hayti. See it right there, exploding around Hayti, Caruthersville, and now pushing just to the north of Caruthersville. This is right around Hathaway. If you're up in the Hathaway area, you are still under a tornado warning. For another few moments up in that area, tornado warning continues. Let me go ahead and lay some watches and warnings into that area as we speak, and we'll kind of go ahead and kind of show you what's happening there. There's the tornado watch that you're still under effect, but also the tornado warning. And let me take some of this information off the screen. I'll take off also the sweeping radar. So there's what's left of that polygon for this particular warning that is now pushing up toward Tiptonville. This is why you're getting parts of northwestern Tennessee under this tornado warning as well, because this tornado is moving northeast now at about 60 miles per hour. There's the data off the screen. There it is, the Caruthersville signature there. We're seeing north of Caruthersville. It's moving up toward Tiptonville, Ridgely, and Eldridge, all within that polygon. Matter of fact, while we're here, let me do a storm track on this storm. Moving toward the northeast at 60. Tiptonville, Proctor City, Wright, New Markham. And there you see the times. 8:30 Tiptonville, 8:34 Proctor City, 8:36 Wright, 8:39 in New Markham. Folks, if you live in that area or you know someone that does, now is the time to seek shelter. This is a life-threatening situation. There is a lot going on in this area. Let me take you back a little bit further. Here's the new tornado warning that we're getting into areas of western Poinsett County, Craighead County, up around the Jonesboro area. This is just to the north of Waldenburg, coming in around the Cache area. Let me look at velocity there very quickly. And you know, this is something, folks, it's not scripted. We're not reading a teleprompter. We're just, this is, I guess what we call in the South, we're flying by the seat of our pants when we're covering severe weather. This is, you're seeing it as it happens. As we get the information, we're handing it over to you. We're passing it along to you as well. But there is that polygon. Boy, that's a jagged polygon, but that whole area is now under a tornado warning until 9:15 tonight. Let's look at the velocity data on that one. Once again, that's a little more difficult to comprehend at this point. It looks like that little area right there just to the east of Tuckerman approaching Denton Island. So if you're in that area, you're under the tornado warning now until 9. It looks like 9 o'clock tonight. We will continue to monitor this cell. Let me get the watches and warnings back on top of this one once again so that you can see what is being impacted here. We're getting tornado emergency for Tiptonville, Tennessee. Thank you, Eric Lipford, one of our great producers here. He is our executive producer, and he's that for a reason. And thank you very much. Confirmed large destructive tornado located near Caruthersville, moving northeast 55 miles per hour. Tornado emergency in Tiptonville. This is another PDS, a particularly dangerous situation that is taking place up in that area. I'm going to take you back to that cell if I can. At this point, there it is. Look at that. That is just a monster-looking storm approaching Tiptonville. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is not Memphis. I know this is not Fraser. This is not Whitehaven. This is not Germantown or Collierville. But these are people that have been through the same pandemic that you and I have been through. These are people that some have lost jobs, some have had to work from home, they've had to keep their kids home just like others have had to do that. It's not been a very easy year or year and a half. And so these people are being plastered by a tornado tonight. That's why we are on the air tonight covering this situation, especially north of Caruthersville right now as we continue with this tornado emergency. Real quick before I pass it over to Jim, let me check chat room here. A spotter report. Tornado hitting I-55 about 1.5 miles south of Hayti. Exit I-55 southbound is shut down right now. That is up near Hayti, Missouri. Tornado damage catastrophic for Pemiscot, Dyer, Lake Obion counties. That's the kind of damage expected with this tornado, which is now located near Caruthersville, moving northeast at 55. Jim, that's what is being described by that cell that is on the screen right now. I know that's the composite view, the reflectivity view. That is the velocity view, and that's a pretty incredible signature there.
Really is, and the whole situation as it's unfolding and as you and I have described takes a while to get that damage report in. Now we know that there's damage, catastrophic damage up in that area, and I've got some more bad news for you. And as you take a look at this is the tornado warning that's in effect until 8:45, but look at what's happening upstream from that. The same areas, Craighead County getting into a new tornado warning now until 9 o'clock in the evening. Another tornado warning here into Harrisburg and parts of Cross County. So we continue to have more and more thunderstorm activity, but some of these areas, like north of Dyersburg, are in line for more storms that are headed in that general direction. So it's going to be a long night here in Memphis, Tennessee, in the Mid-South, and particularly for our friends and viewers up to our north. Now, as we take a look, that's the tornado warning. Let's take a look and see if we can, again, see that hook echo that we're still seeing to the north of Caruthersville, that area of purple. The most intense rainfall is getting even bigger and moving into Tiptonville. Now, again, that talk that we had earlier about the missing the Dyer County looks like it's doing that right now, but we still continue to be concerned about Dyer County because they're in the line for more storm activity. Now, all the Mid-South now, all the News Channel 3 viewing area is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock, but there's an area over here, McNairy County, northeastern Mississippi, that's under a tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning because they're going to get the severe weather a little bit later as it's moving off to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. It does have an easterly drift to it. It is eventually going to move through the rest of the Mid-South, all pushed our way by a cold front. But this storm here, right here, that we've got just to the north of Caruthersville, headed towards Tiptonville at 8:26, Gray's Camp 8:37, Clayton 8:45, Hickman 8:54, Wayne's Corner at 9:02, and Clinton at 9:10. excuse me, but lots of lightning associated with the storm, not just high winds, not just heavy rain, not just hail, but lots of lightning associated with it too. The number one killer that we have is lightning, that and flash flooding, getting close to tying up there, probably flash flooding a little bit more, but lightning still happens all across the country, and it had happened to you, so stay inside, please. This is the last 3 hours worth of satellite and radar data, and you can see that line of thunderstorms now beginning to move out of the Little Rock area towards the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Should catch the most of the northeast Arkansas, parts of West Tennessee. Hopefully North Mississippi will be spared, but what we're seeing on velocity is not good. We're seeing echoes moving towards and away from the radar. They're right next to each other, the red and the green. That's called a couplet, and when it's red, it's moving away from radar. When it's green, it's moving towards radar, and that's where we're seeing rotation in the atmosphere. This purple is a little bit more confused data, but there's plenty of it, and that just bothers me. I prefer to know what's going on in the atmosphere rather than look at confused data. But the precipitation rate, again, a bit of good news for us tonight, particularly for people up in Portageville and Tiptonville. We're not seeing the white, which is the 5 inches of rain. We're seeing plenty of purple, which is 4 inches of rain. But again, this particular storm at this particular time appears to be getting a little bit weaker. It could get a little bit stronger and then get weaker. It goes back and forth, and that's the life cycle of a thunderstorm. As we take a look at hail size, we're seeing over the last couple of hours how the hail has moved from just south of Jonesboro through Lake City, up through Clay, into Caruthersville, and now up into western Kentucky, or Lyon County actually, and maybe even Weakley County as well. But we continue to be concerned about this storm. You need to stay abreast of the situation. Stay tuned to News Channel 3. But when you can't watch News Channel 3, you can download the News Channel 3 weather app at the App Store and use that. Sign up for Weather Call. It's the holiday season. You're looking for stocking stuffers. This is the perfect stocking stuffer. It's only a couple of bucks a month. You pay for it on an annual basis, but it makes a nice little stocking stuffer for those of your family and friends that you want to make sure that they know about tornado watches and warnings. Again, a warning going into effect until 9 o'clock here in Craighead County, until 9 o'clock for parts of Poinsett County and Cross County, and 8:45 here for Dyer County. But these are the storms that are headed our way, so we're going to have to watch them very carefully, and we will. But again, we're seeing hook echoes. We're seeing all sorts of signs that this is a major storm and has caused major and catastrophic damage. Tim, I don't know. I know the term tornado emergency. I'm not sure I've actually participated in it as I am tonight. I'm trying to think of the last time I heard while I was on the air of a tornado emergency, and quite frankly, it's not that new of a term, but I'm having trouble figuring out when the last time was here in Memphis.
It has been a long time. I can't remember the last date per se, but it has been quite a while. And it's quite a ride even here tonight. Now in Memphis, Shelby County, things are quiet here. Things are just tranquil at the moment. We may see some of these storms a little bit later on this evening as this line of storms comes through areas of central Arkansas, now eastern Arkansas, because we are still here in the Memphis area, anywhere from the enhanced to moderate risk of severe weather for the remainder of tonight. And so as we show you what's now in effect, the tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight here across much of the Memphis metro area. To the east, your warning actually goes till 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to point out something to you here that I've not really mentioned tonight. Notice the polygons here. These are severe thunderstorm warning polygons back into the Little Rock area. See that green sliver there? Those are flash flood warnings. So as Jim pointed out, we're seeing training with these storms tonight. The training effect is these storms are basically following the same path of previous storms. And with that comes flash flooding. You have so much rainfall in some of the same rain-soaked areas. These storms are basically following the path of the storms that we picked up earlier tonight during News Channel 3 at 6. As we were monitoring these storms for the first time. Let's put these maps into motion now. This is the one that we've really been honing in on, now pushing up into Lake County, Tennessee, the extreme northwestern part of Tennessee at this time as it's now moved out of the Missouri Boot Heel. Those areas still under a tornado warning at this time. Looks like they've issued yet another polygon, another tornado warning for this cell. This has been a monster storm. It has done incredible damage as it's come through the Boot Hill area of Missouri in particular, as it has come through Monette, some of these other areas, doing damage to cell towers, doing damage to a nursing home. Those are things we've been able to see and confirm so far. We've got News Channel 3's Melissa Moon on the way up to these areas. And then you turn your attention back to the west. Now we're dealing with another round of storms in basically the same situation, the same geographic area that we were in an hour and a half ago. So these storms are pushing into the very same areas. Do you remember when we had the warning for Craighead County, the one for Poinsett County? Well, here they are. They're plastered there again. So we're going to have to go to those areas once again tonight. Tiptonville, Tennessee, right now. Let's take you up in that area as we're looking at what's going on in this general area just to the north of Ridgely, up into the Tiptonville area along Highway 78. We're seeing rotation in this area here. There's 22, there's 78, there's Portageville back toward the northwest. If you're near 78 in the Tiptonville area, now's the time for you to seek shelter. You are under a tornado warning at this time. This is the big one that came through earlier through the Monette area. Also, let me get more information here. Multiple homes hit in Hayti, Missouri. I-55 shut down due to power lines and overturned tractor trailers. There you go. I mean, this is a tornado emergency, as Jim and I were just discussing a few moments ago. I'm just seeing what else we've got here. Multiple homes damaged in the Hayti, Missouri area. And so people are just really scrambling to find out what they need to do in that part of the Mid-South. Hail zone, there is hail with these storms tonight. We're dealing with numerous reports of hail with the storms. We're seeing quite a bit of lightning still. Matter of fact, the hail has grown here. Let me do a query on this that we're currently seeing. We've had like 1-inch diameter hail. How about that? Now, 2-inch diameter hail. That's going up on the chart just a bit there. 2-inch diameter hail. Now we're talking like ping pong size, maybe a little bit more than that. But that is up in the area there of Tiptonville, Tennessee. That is the 2-inch diameter hail. So even as you've been watching, if you've been with us here for a little bit on News Channel 3 this evening, as we've been tracking this, yeah, that's quite a bit of hail. We've gone from 1-inch to now 2-inch diameter hail. That's not what I wanted to do. That's where I wanted to do, right there. So that's up in the Windberg area, Ridgely, north of Cotton Grove. Once again, that is 2-inch diameter hail that we are observing in this area right now. There it is, 2 inches even. So that's we've got hail tracks there. We've got more hail associated with this storm coming just to the south of Searcy, approaching Augusta and taking aim on the Weldon area right now. That is that line of storms that you see right there, beginning to push over into the News Channel 3 viewing area. Spotter reporting a brief tornado touchdown near Cache just a few moments ago. That is coming in as well. So that is now pushing back into areas of the News Channel 3 viewing area. Boy, this has been quite the night. That's back into the Little Rock area. We'll take you a little bit closer to home. There's Cross County, there's Pumpkin Bend in the center of your screen. We're seeing Fisher there. We are seeing some of these other areas. There's Cherry Valley, Tupelo, and so this has been a very volatile evening as we continue to watch these storms push into like Balch, Waldenburg, North Pitts, and some of these areas that are now under a tornado warning once again. Let me go ahead and do that for you, bring up that warning again. Once again, we are wall to wall here tonight following this situation. There's your polygon in the center of the screen. Let me erase a couple things just so that shows up just a little bit better. The watch is gone. There is your polygon. Fisher up toward Harrisburg, Cherry Valley in this. The polygon here, and I'll have to check the time on that, but I believe that one's going to go till 9 or 9:15 tonight. Let me do it. 9 o'clock. See, that's why you got Jim Jaggers here. I couldn't do it without him, and you know, I do the same thing for him. We got to keep each other accountable here in the weather office. So temperatures in the 70s here across the Mid-South at this time, and that's part of the problem that we've got here this evening with these storms, as the fact that we are at a very compromised atmosphere. I mentioned the 2-inch diameter hail just a moment ago. Let's check hail sizes. I do this just because I can, and there it is. As we're looking at golf ball size hail, 1.75 check it out. That's hen egg size hail. Someone asks you how large was the hail size up there in northwestern parts of Tennessee this evening, and you say, have you been out to the chicken coop lately? That's the kind of hail that they're dealing with up in northwest Tennessee, up in the Tiptonville area. That's incredible. Jim, egg size hail up in the Tiptonville area, Lake County, Tennessee.
Tim, I don't mean to dismiss what you just said, but I have jumbo eggs. I get the big ones, and mine are a little bit bigger than.
I got you.
All right, so let's set the stage. We had an incredibly hot day today, 80 degrees. It is December 10th. 80 degrees on December 10th. That's more like a summer day. It's 78 right now. It's after 8 o'clock. It's 8:30 in the evening, and it's still 78 degrees. This atmosphere is not going to cool off until a cold front comes on through, and that's happening later on tonight, probably after midnight tonight. That has set up a very unusual and a very volatile severe weather event that we're experiencing right now. We're getting reports of catastrophic damage up near Monette. A nursing home was hit. A lot of people were hurt in that nursing home. A lot of people were already hurt before that tornado actually happened in Monette, but they are asking for doctors and nurses and medical personnel to go to Monette and help. If you're not a doctor or nurse, please don't go to Monette. You're just going to clog up things. So let's wait until tomorrow. You want to go to Monette tomorrow when this is all over with, you have at it if that's what you want to do. But tonight, just emergency medical personnel going to Monette, Arkansas to help out with that nursing home that's been hit. Catastrophic damage going on, a tornado emergency, which is a term that we are familiar here with at News Channel 3, but very, very rarely used. I can't recall it being used at all, as a matter of fact, at least not in the Mid-South. I've heard it for other parts of the country, but this is a tornado emergency. The very same area, Craighead County, where this storm started that hit the Monette area, is getting another tornado warning in effect until 9 o'clock. This part of Dyer County is still has that tornado warning associated with it until 8:45. I'd hesitate to say it's in the clear, but right now it's not getting the heaviest part of the storm that the tornado warning was issued for. It's a little bit further south of that. Good news for Dyer County. Bad news for the Mid-South. We have another storm coming in here into Harrisburg and Poinsett County and Cross County. The Craighead County tornado warning goes until 9 o'clock, as does the Harrisburg and the Poinsett and Cross County tornado warning goes as well until 9 o'clock. We're seeing heavy amounts of rainfall here. It is moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. The speed of these storms have been fairly consistent. It's moving just to the northeast. This is east. This is northeast. It's going a little bit further to the north of that, northeast, and that's what we're seeing on radar right now. Now, the entire Mid-South, the entire News Channel 3 viewing area is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. There's a part of it here, McNairy County, northeastern Arkansas, that's under a tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. That's simply because they're going to be the last ones to see this line of thunderstorms as it moves on through. Now, hopefully, before 2 o'clock in the morning, the atmosphere will have been so worked over by the thunderstorms and the stormy weather, the severe weather we're getting right now, that it may not be so bad there in northeastern Arkansas and McNairy County. Can't count on it. We'll track the storms for you here on News Channel 3 and make sure you're aware of the threats, where they are, which way they're moving, how fast, and how to protect your family. Now, this is the latest storm. There's Bay, there's Mark Tree. This particular storm, the heaviest part of the rainfall, starting here with the yellow, getting into the red and the very dark red, is moving off to the northeast, 45 miles per hour. Should be in Bay at 8:42, Paragould 8:48, Lake City 8:59, Leachville 9:23, Big Lake at 9:37, and Kennett at 9:45. So it's going to already be in an hour. It's going to be up in the Boot Heel, Missouri. It might as well be traveling on the interstate. It's moving so fast. But there's the lightning associated with the storm, and there's the storm that's just to the north of the News Channel 3 viewing area. Dyer County getting some scattered showers there, but nothing too heavy. We're now concentrated on the next line of storms that are moving in a very similar track to the first line of storms, moving here into from Crittenden County about 6:30 up into the to the north in the Boot Heel, Missouri, and that's got another set of storms moving in that same direction on that same track. It's also moving a little bit further it's developing a little bit further to the south, not moving to the south. It's moving to the northeast and has an easterly drift to it, but it's continuing the thunderstorms continue all the way back to Little Rock, and will be moving down the interstate, not directly to the east, but that line will probably hug pretty close to the Interstate 40. Now, as we take a look at velocity, it's not as a clear-cut picture as it was earlier this evening with the tornado that hit Monette and the tornado activity that we've seen so far on Storm Tracker 3S. What I'm looking for is the red dots close to the green dots. The brighter the green, the faster the speed. The brighter the red, the faster the speed. These are moving away from radar. These are moving towards radar. That's a clockwise motion. That's not something that I'm going to be going, oh, that's a terrible thing. That doesn't look so bad to me. But there is some rotation going on in the atmosphere, and we want to pay attention to that. We're also paying attention to how much rainfall we're getting. We're not seeing the areas of white that we were just a little while ago. That would be 5 inches of rain per hour. We're seeing purple and violet, and that's what we've got here from Cache up to just to the east of northwestern Craighead County, and so that's about 3-4 inches of rain per hour. Again, it's not going to rain that much. We're not going to be able to go to a rain gauge in that area tomorrow and say, ooh, they got 4 inches of rain. This is a computer estimate, a radar estimate, and you also got to keep in mind that this rain is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So while, yes, it is raining that heavy right now in that area, it's not going to be around for an hour to complete the 3 to 4 inches of rain per hour that radar is giving an estimate for. Hail size, you've seen it. 1.5 inches to up to 2 inches of hail. That we're getting some hail with these new storms moving into the News Channel 3 viewing area. The hail size, about 1 inch, is what these purples indicate to us, to the light blue that we've got to around maybe 1 inch, 1.25 inches, 1.25 inches of hail. The diameter of the hail is important to us because it tells us how strong it is. When hail forms, the water is actually blown up into the freezing part of the storm, freezes as an ice particle, goes back down, is blown back up, gets another layer. If you were to get a hailstone and cut it in two fairly quickly, because of course it's going to melt, you're going to see rings, just like in a tree. Each ring represents a trip up into the freezing layer and then back down to get more water. And then another ring is up into the freezing layer, where that layer of water freezes, back to get another layer of water to go back up. So the more rings you have, the more times that hailstone has been blown up into the storm above the freezing level. So eventually it gets pulled down to the earth by virtue of gravity. The winds are not strong enough to continue to push it up above the freezing layer, and that gives us an indication of the storm, because if those winds are going 90 miles an hour, it's going to be a fairly big hailstorm. If it's not going as fast, it's going to be smaller. Egg size. Now, we want to go over tornado safety because we've got another round of tornado warnings going into the News Channel 3 viewing area. Poinsett County, Cross County. Most homes are single-story homes here in the Memphis area. If you got more than one floor, go to the lowest floor. The lowest floor is where you want to be. In any type of tornado situation, you're going to have what we call missiles here. Trash cans, sticks, branches, leaves, rocks, toys, patio furniture. You want to stay away from windows. Now, if you're looking for the safe place to hide in this home or in any home, it's always in the interior, okay? Staying away from windows. In this particular area, the best area would be the bathroom. The bathroom in this particular home doesn't have a window. If your bathroom has a window, that's not a safe place to hide. Any room with a window is not a safe place to hide. Closets don't have windows. They're usually on the interior. That'd be a great place to hide. Underneath the stairs, great place to hide. No windows, it's interior. Hallway here, that's the biggest hall I've ever seen in my life, but that's okay. At least it's interior, but I'd be in the closet or I'd be under the stairs if I were you and you don't have too many family members. Now, as we take a look underneath the home, if you're lucky enough to have a basement, and I had one home in Memphis that had a basement, that would be the best place to hide. Even if it has windows, the best place to hide. Tornadoes could do a lot of damage. There's one thing they can't do, and that's go into the ground. Some people are concerned, oh, the house is going to fall down on me. No, houses get picked up by tornadoes, or Tornadoes pick up things, usually rip off the roof, but they don't push things down. The whole house is not going to fall down. Yes, some pieces of the house may fall down. It's still the safest place to hide. So that's what you want to do. You want to download the News Channel 3 weather app. You want to download and sign up for Weather Call and be prepared and have a lot of ways to get this severe weather information, because on nights like tonight, it's so very important. Tim, I know you've been looking for any more damages across the area. What have you got for us?
Well, we're getting more reports here of damage. I was actually looking at that hail graphic because as you were talking about that, Jim, I wish I could have called that up, behind you there, because you're talking about the various layers of the hail, the updrafts, the downdrafts, how it's tossed about in the atmosphere. So you did a great job of explaining that. Also, I want to check in real quick with April Thompson. April, what are you hearing as far as any damage reports or anything like that?
Well, Tim, everybody's talking about what's going on, and you mentioned it in Monette, Arkansas, and we're hearing that over the scanners, people are talking about, they're hearing it being described as mass casualty event there. You talked about the nursing home that possibly has been hit. And some people have posted some pictures. We're trying to verify all of this and make sure when we put the pictures on, they are verified from the damage there at the nursing home. But we do have Melissa Moon headed that way to Monette, Arkansas, to see if we can find out exactly what the extent of the damage is. But they've been told that the north side of Monette was hit. There were some entrapments. A building collapsed to avoid the area. We don't have any word on injuries right now and whether any deaths are involved in this, but we're told that the roof may be off of the facility at the nursing home. Significant damage. Residents are being told to just shelter in place. If you live in Monette, please don't go out. Shelter in place. The only people they want out, those who can come help with the care of those who have been injured, any EMS people, nurses, doctors. So they're telling everybody else to just shelter in place. And so, like you said, Tim, this is just moving pretty fast, and a lot of other areas also being hit. We're seeing some tweets about a tornado touchdown by spotters near Cache in western Craig County. People are talking about that. They're talking about Woodland Mills, Samsburg, Tennessee. So, like you said, this is so widespread. We're also hearing more about that semi-truck that was hit by a tornado on 55 southbound, shut down 1.5 miles south of Hayti in the Arkansas exit. So all of these things, people are going back and forth, and they're just asking for prayers for the people in Monette, Arkansas, especially if this is true, what we're hearing about the nursing home, and that people were indeed inside that nursing home, may have been trapped, and that the nursing home itself collapsed. Melissa Moon again is heading there, and we hope to have some pictures and more information on that just coming up, Tim.
Okay, thank you very much, April. Some information I'm getting here, Storm Chaser on Twitter, per the scanner, 66 patients, varying degrees of injuries there at the nursing home. They're utilizing buses and ambulances for transport. Unconfirmed, actually, we're getting reports here from Craighead County saying that Monette Manor in northeast Arkansas, getting reports of 2 people, 2 fatalities, 5 seriously hurt. At one point, 20 people trapped in that nursing home. So that's just some of the damage, and as April has reported as well, this is just a very, very dangerous situation that's unfolded in Monette, a very sad situation. Here we are in the month of December, and there's been so much going on leading up to Christmas, and you have something like this, and this is very repetitive, very, I guess we should say, similar to the storms that we had back in 2015, just 2 days before Christmas. So the severe weather risk continues. Tornado watch across the entire News Channel 3 viewing area until 11 o'clock tonight. Now we've extended that watch until 2 o'clock in the morning for portions of northeastern Mississippi. Still multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across areas of central Arkansas. This is what it looks like. Ed, by the way, our director can take a break here for a few moments. I know he needs to get away. I'm going to take a sip of water. Man, that was good. That's because we've been going for about 3 hours here, nonstop. Jim's here. Jim Jagger's with us. April Thompson. Alex Coleman has been here as well. We have various people out in the field, including Melissa Moon, headed to this site where Monette seems like it has really caught the worst part of this storm. But what we're seeing is one cluster of thunderstorms here now pushing into northwestern parts of Tennessee and lower sections of Kentucky. excuse me. And then we've got another line of storms really coming through in similar fashion to what we've had earlier tonight. Really the same line of storms training across the same area, if you will. We'll put it all into motion here and show you the polygons that are still in effect, the warnings that are in effect in these areas. These are tornado warnings. Where you see the red color there, that is a tornado warning that's in effect across areas of northwest Tennessee. This is right around the Hickman area into Kentucky, Union City. Now it is pushing to the northeast of Tiptonville. We'll go ahead and show you this area that all north of Cloverdale, Caruthersville, and these areas lifting toward the northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. These are very fast moving storms tonight. So we're watching that one. That's the one that's done most of the damage into the Monette area. Look at the signature here, right around Dixie. This is your velocity signature. Still great rotation in this area here, which is why the tornado warning continues. This is well north of Memphis. This is not Memphis. This is not Shelby County. As a matter of fact, Memphis is well to the south here. All this is taking place well north, well northwest of us. We have another area of severe weather. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and center that in the screen just a little bit tighter so that you can see that. That is right around the Fisher area. This polygon, this area of tornadic weather now beginning to push into western parts of Poinsett County, also up into Craighead County, Arkansas. And it looks like this is going to get a small section also of Cross County, Arkansas as well. This line of storms continues back down toward Beadville, Augusta, and into the Bradford area. Once again, these same areas have already been hit hard tonight as these storms continue to train. Matter of fact, watch that storm right there. Keep your eye on that storm that goes right behind the Storm Tracker 3S logo. You see it starting out 3 hours ago, right in this general area, right around Jonesboro, coming right here. And so basically, as it pushes northeastward, taking the severe weather with it, taking the tornadoes with it, we've got another cluster of thunderstorms here firing up right back behind it. So the flash flood warnings that we're seeing back towards Searcy, Arkansas, we'll start seeing some of those issued here across Fisher, up toward Jonesboro and Mark Tree, because these storms are pretty much training along the exact same area. We've got more storms back behind that, pushing just to the northeast of Little Rock, coming in just south of Searcy, Arkansas. These storms also moving toward the northeast at 55. Need I dare say it, there are more storms coming in back behind this. Check it out. Here's Little Rock, central part of the state of Arkansas. Back behind that, between Texarkana and Little Rock, you've got another cluster of thunderstorms that if it holds together, it too will start working into the News Channel 3 viewing area. Looks like we've got severe thunderstorm warnings out for this particular cluster of thunderstorms. So we continue monitoring these very carefully as well, because we'll be dealing with them a little bit later on tonight. These temperatures continue in the 70s all across the area. As Jim mentioned earlier, 80 degrees the high temperature today. We're 2 degrees off of that. That's all that we varied since like 4 o'clock this afternoon. These temperatures continue to be incredibly warm. And I do want to go back to that one graphic here, because the hail size that we're seeing with some of these storms is just incredible. We're talking 2-inch diameter hail here. We're talking hen egg size hail. And these are all the severe levels here. This basically starts at 1-inch diameter hail. Remember, severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch diameter hail or greater, and now we're dealing with twice that size, hen egg size hail. So hail continues with these storms. We're seeing a lot of rotation still with the storms here. It is rare to see the kind of hail that we are seeing tonight, but it is also rare to see a moderate risk of severe storms across the Mid-South like we're seeing tonight. So once again, it's December. I know Christmas is right around the corner, but severe weather knows no month in the Mid-South. We get severe weather in every month of the year, including December. And here we are in 2021 with another round of severe weather, and not just severe weather, with supercell thunderstorms producing tornadoes with descriptions like extremely dangerous. And what were some of the other terms? They just, yeah, I mean,
tornado emergency.
Tornado emergency, things like that. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here tonight. That's how dire this situation is for people just north of us. Jim, I know you're standing by. You've got more information. What do you got for us?
Well, I'm actually seeing some good news here, Tim, and let me point out we've still got that tornado warning with that storm north of Obion. We've got problems in Sandburg, from what I understand. But what I'm seeing is a couple of good signs. So let me give you the good news. We've got that tornado warning here in Craighead County. That's been taken out. That's expired. We still have the tornado warning until 9 o'clock for parts of Poinsett County and a very northwest slice of Cross County. But the tornado warnings behind it, there haven't been. And as a matter of fact, this tornado warning has been trimmed off to just include Poinsett County and Cross County, and not necessarily back there in Sharp County. But that goes until 9 o'clock. So we're on the air for at least another 7 minutes longer if we have more tornado warnings. But as we take a look at the storm, very heavy rainfall here to the north and east of Weldon. That warning goes on until 9 o'clock. The storm does not look quite as organized as the Monette tornado storm that was in that same area just a few hours ago. Now, there is a tornado watch, as you pointed out, Tim, for all of the News Channel 3 viewing area. Most of it expires at 11 o'clock tonight. Part of it here from McNairy County in the northeastern Mississippi, that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. Believe me, we will have someone here, probably Tim and I, until that point, just to make sure that everything plays out safely. But right now, as we take a look at the track of that storm, and again, where the heaviest rainfall is happening from about Mark Creek to Lake City up into parts of Sharp County. It's going to be in Leachville about 912, Kennett 928, Clay 940, 954 to Gosnell, and 1012 in Blytheville, Arkansas, as it moves off to the northeast. Again, Dyer County is close to in line of that storm. You need to be careful, particularly if you're in Dyer County. But I wanted to give you the large view. This is the entire storm system that's in the south central Mississippi Valley. It goes from Paducah to around Batesville to Little Rock, all the way down to Texarkana. Behind it, this is where the cold air is. This is where the cold front is, and that's where skies are really clearing out. And that's what we can look forward to later on tonight after midnight. We can look forward to a more normal temperatures, and certainly colder than normal temperatures for the weekend forecast. But things clear out quite quickly once we get that cold front on through. That's going to happen tonight between probably around midnight till 8 o'clock to get across the entire News Channel 3 viewing area. But this is the storm. It's a long line of very heavy thunderstorm activity, some of it more severe than the other. As a matter of fact, when we take a look at local storm reports, these are the reports that are coming from EMA, the police, the fire department, and this parts of the Mid-South. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tornado reports. That doesn't mean 8 tornadoes. It could be reports of the same tornado. We'll have to sort out that figure that out as the day and night progresses, and particularly tomorrow. I'm sure that the National Weather Service will be out tomorrow to survey the tornado damage there in Monette, in Sandburg, and any place else that's reported a tornado that they've got damage that the Weather Service can look at. They do that to verify that it was tornado damage and to rate it on the enhanced Fujita scale as to what kind of storm it was. An F0, an F4, an F5, whatever the strength is. F5 would be the top end and F0 would be the bottom end, but it's all been up to our north, and with that storm that is currently leaving our area. We take a look at velocity to see which way the winds are blowing, because if they're blowing in a counterclockwise fashion, then that tells us there's a tornado, at least in that slice of the atmosphere. We're seeing some green against red here to the north of Mark Tree, not nearly as pronounced as with the last storm, but it is there. We are watching it. That's why they're still under a tornado warning until 9 o'clock. It's looking not as organized, not as strong as the last storm was. That doesn't mean you can't have a tornado. It just means that the chances are less, and whatever tornado does happen hopefully won't be nearly as damaging. But we're picking up heavy rainfall amounts again here to the east of Weiner, Arkansas, and down around Beedville in parts of Cross County to the west of Cherry Valley. These white areas indicate 5 inches of rain or more. Now, we've talked about a capping situation here in the Mid-South throughout the day today. What's a cap? Well, it's a layer of atmosphere, a layer of warm air high up in the atmosphere. Now, when we send up, we don't do them here in Memphis, but they do in Little Rock, they do in Nashville, St. Louis, Jackson. When they send up a weather balloon, it's got a package of weather instruments, thermometer, hygrometer to measure the relative humidity, the direction of the winds by the path of the balloon. They keep a track on it. And one of the things we're taking a look is temperature. Generally in the atmosphere, as you further go up, the cooler it gets. But if there's a cap, if there's a warm layer of air and the temperature gets warmer in this layer of air, then the warm air that happens during the daytime, as it did today with 80-degree high temperatures, starts to move up. And that's what thunderstorms need. They need to have air moving up so that they can get higher and stronger. As long as the temperature keeps on falling with the heights like it does right here, it'll continue to rise. The warm air rises. That's what makes a hot air balloon go up. Warm air, hot air, right? Well, if it runs into this cap here, the storms can't get any higher and get any stronger. And that's where we've been all day long. But once it does get above the cap, if the updraft hits a layer of warm air, it's unable to continue upward and make larger clouds and larger storms. But if the cap is broken, if the surface, if there's sufficient heating, and there certainly was today with an 80-degree high temperature, that cap begins to thin out and have little holes in it. So it's not so great a warming as it is right here. So once that happens, the thunderstorms can be doing to develop, and if the cap is thin or weak or completely gone, like it just about is now, the thunderstorms can get higher, can get stronger, allowing the strong storms to form and get that more severe. So you need to keep on track of this, and we're going to do that here on News Channel 3 until the threat is gone tonight. But another way to do that, and you should have multiple ways to get watches or warnings, is to download the News Channel 3 weather app. Just go to the App Store, search WREG weather, download it. It'll keep you up to date on the latest bad weather. Tim?
Okay, Jim, thank you very much. Glad you're with us here tonight. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. And you're watching WREG TV in Memphis, Tennessee, as we continue watching this severe weather situation play out here tonight. At this point, a very dangerous situation at that. Tornado watch continues until 11 o'clock tonight, really for most of the News Channel 3 viewing area. The rest of the viewing area goes until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. That would be Corinth, Mississippi, back over toward the Tennessee River and some of those areas. It's a busy screen. It has been busy all night long as we've watched these storms fire up. This afternoon, we were looking for that cap to be broken, as Jim mentioned. That cap did break, and these thunderstorms, well, they have just been pummeling the Mid-South ever since. Here's the current situation on radar. We were watching several areas of concern here. The first is what came through Monette earlier this evening. This storm is now pushing up to the north of Union City, around Hickman, Arlington, Water Valley, pushing up into Kentucky. This storm continues moving toward the northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. We are still seeing a signature on that particular cell at this time. Matter of fact, let me go back to that real quick because I want to zoom in and show you that that is just to the north of Woodland Mills along Highway, looks like 1125 and 116 in that area. Now I'm going to take you back across into northeastern Arkansas, where there are still multiple tornado warnings in effect. There is a tornado that has been reported on the ground near Greenfield, north of Harrisburg. As a matter of fact, let me look at some information that just came in here. New tornado warning is issued for Craighead County, in eastern Arkansas, central Poinsett County, until 9:45 tonight for this cell that I'm showing you here on radar. Tornado, quarter-size hail, rotation with that storm. Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Craighead County, Poinsett County, and Crittenden County until 9:30 tonight. So that's about another 30 minutes or so. 9 o'clock, watching WREG TV in Memphis, Tennessee. April, we've been telling people that this storm was coming. It is here tonight. Are you getting any other information over there that you can pass along to us?
Melissa Moon has made it to Monette, and we're trying to connect with her now to get the latest information, but she is there on the scene, and we are hearing, like you said, Tim, that there have been some fatalities at a nursing home there in Monette, Arkansas. They have one of the stations there reporting that and saying that some people have been hurt and several people trapped as well. We're still trying to see how many people were actually in the nursing home and all of this happened. We're hearing somewhere around 80 maybe, but maybe 2 deaths and 5 people seriously hurt. Don't know if all the people have been rescued. They're just asking people to kind of stay out of that area unless you have medical expertise, you're an EMS, doctor, nurse, those type of people are needed. But otherwise, they're asking that you just avoid the area. If you live in that area, you just stay in place. Now, as we said, WRG's Melissa Moon has made her way to Monette, Arkansas. And Melissa, what can you tell us right now? We see that you are there.
Yes, and there are dozens of emergency vehicles around this area, and you can see right behind me that is the nursing home where those people were when that tornado hit, and you can see it looks like the roof of that building is off. Here comes an ambulance right now. We've seen dozens or number of ambulances leave this area, and we understand from a judge in the area that there were 2 fatalities and 5 people hurt. A lot of family members of the people staying here have been showing up. Emergency personnel say they're trying to keep those individuals out. We understand they are now taking them to the nursing home patients to a church nearby, where I'm guessing they will be reunited with family members. We've seen family members coming out of here. Even saw one gentleman who looked like he may have been inside and telling his loved ones that he was okay. But again, what we are hearing from a judge here in Craighead County is that 2 people were killed and that 5 people were hurt, and that 20 or more people are trapped inside. We can see just across from this nursing home there is a home there, and the roof is off that home as well. And up on 18, up the road from where we are on 18, there is a gas station there, no electricity anywhere in this area. But you can just see all these emergency vehicles. We do still have some wind in this area, as well as we're seeing lots of lightning in the area right now. But you can just see how many emergency vehicles, police departments, ambulances that are in the area right now. And again, we're hearing that the individuals who were rescued from that nursing home and are okay are being taken to a nursing home nearby, a church nearby, where they apparently will be reunited with family members. And you can just see all the work that is going on right now up at that nursing home. You can see the roof of the building is gone, and from what we're hearing, 2 people were killed and 5 people we know of right now were hurt, and as many as 20 were entrapped. We heard that earlier from the Monette Police Department that they did have some buildings collapse around town. They did have some entrapments. We can also see across the street from this nursing home there is a home there. The roof is gone on that home as well. We don't know if anyone was in that home at the time when the tornado came through here. And we are still seeing lots of lightning. I don't know if you can see it, but lots of lightning in this area, as well as some gusty winds coming through here. Again, what we're hearing is that as many as 20 people were trapped inside that nursing home. 2 were killed, 5 were hurt. We've seen some individuals who were inside coming out with family members. They've had lots of relatives of the nursing home patients coming here to check on their loved ones, and they're trying to get everyone over to the church now so they can reunite there. We saw a bus up there. That may be what they're putting some of these nursing home patients on, that bus, to get them out of this area. And when we were pulling down 18 into town, we did see a number of ambulances leaving this area, taking likely some of those injured away. But I have never seen so many emergency vehicles in one place at one time, everybody just coming here to help. And of course, a lot of family members coming here to check on their loved ones, of course, very concerned about how they're doing. And what we are hearing is that they are going to be reunited with them. They're asking all family members to go to the church. We will try to find out the name of that church. We know it's right nearby here, but they are taking them to the church. And we saw a school bus up there, so it appears they're putting some of those residents into that bus. But as you can see, that nursing home, the roof is just completely gone, and there's more damage in this area, and power outages out here right now. We can see some down power lines as well in this area. Again, they're asking family members to stay away from this area if you can. You can call the local police department for more information, the sheriff's department. We see more people arriving right now. It looks like either more family members or volunteers here to help. But of course, we're going to try to get more information and bring that to you, and maybe we can tell you a little bit more about where exactly they're going, and see if we can get more information about the injuries that happened here tonight.
Okay,
Alex,
Melissa.
April?
Yeah, Melissa, thank you so much, because that's just, we can see behind you all of the action that is going on there, that this is still very much a rescue operation, right? Because those people are coming in and they're actually going in to see if more people need to be rescued at this point. Can you tell us that?
That's what it looks like right here. You can see they have all the bright lights down there, and we can see people, like I said just a few minutes ago, I did see one gentleman that looked like he was a nursing home resident coming out. He may have been with family members telling them that he was okay. And you can see just a lot of activity that's going on right in front of that nursing home. So it does appear that this is still a rescue operation. And you can hear all those, I don't know if you can hear them, all the sirens behind us, and they're still taking people out of here. So yeah, I would definitely say this is still a rescue operation here, just to make sure they do have everyone out of this nursing home. And we're going to try to get some more numbers to find out exactly how many people were in that nursing home, how many people were hurt and taken to the hospital, and also where they are being taken right now. But we understand that they are being taken to a church nearby. They're telling family members to go to that church so they can be reunited with their loved ones. But we see every minute more, looks like more relatives arriving here to check on their loved ones. April.
And that's one thing you're talking about, more people coming. One thing that they have said is they don't want just anybody to come. People that have medical expertise coming there. I'm wondering, when you were driving there, what were you seeing? Was it a lot of traffic on the roads? Were people trying to get in there? And what was it like, the route that you all were taking?
Well, as we were heading closer to the road where the nursing home is located, we were on 18. We just saw about 3 or 4 ambulances pass us, going the opposite, coming from this direction, going past us. So we assumed that they were taking people from the nursing home to the hospital. We don't know what hospitals they're going to. And then as we got closer, we could just see how many emergency vehicles, police, ambulances are here on the scene, and then just seeing lots of individuals here as well. As we said, lots of family members are just coming to check on their loved ones. And it is now starting to rain, which is not going to make the job any easier for the people that are out here helping out. April.
And you mentioned that because you said it was lightning before, and you could see lightning when you came in. And I was going to ask you just what the weather conditions are right now when you are just standing there, the wind, the rain, the lightning.
Well, we didn't have any rain until just now, but it has started to rain. Of course, there's some gusty wind right now, and as we were getting closer to this area, to Monette, we could see a lot of lightning in the area. Some people even leaving here are concerned that there may be another tornado coming through the area, but it has just now started raining. I don't know if you just saw that, but there was a bus, that school bus that was parked up by the nursing home, and we assume that's what they were putting some of the nursing home residents on. It has just left this area, so we're guessing that they're going to that church, and hopefully that the family members can get reunited with loved ones who are okay. And again, we saw lots of ambulances leaving this area. There's one here, Riverside ambulance is going right now. The ones that we saw leaving the area, they were leaving here with their lights on, so we assume that they had some people from the nursing home in those ambulances. So we don't know the conditions of those individuals. The early numbers we heard was that there were 2 fatalities and at least 5 people that were injured, and a couple dozen that were trapped inside. So we're trying to get more numbers. Of course, when we get those numbers, we'll pass them along to you. And Monette Police did tell us earlier that there were different areas. This is the only area that we've seen right now, but in this area we can tell you the nursing home, their roof is off. Across the street there's some homes over there that have the roof off, and you can just see that there's no power in this area right now. And we can see right beside us as well some down power lines. So that's what everybody has to deal with as well, the rain, and also some of the down power lines in the area right now. April.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. We know you're getting the information and trying to get more information, and we'll allow you to do that as we continue to monitor what's going on in Monette, Arkansas. Thank you so much. We'll check back with you in just a moment. Again, she's saying that she has arrived in Monette, Arkansas, and that nursing home has been hit, the Monette Manor in Northeast Arkansas. 2 dead, 5 severely hurt, seriously hurt, and at one point maybe 20 people trapped. Again, family members are being allowed to come in, but they're taking people from the nursing home, those who survived this tornado, to a school, to a church via a school bus. They have a school bus there, and they're going to take them to that church via a school bus. Family members are asked to go to the church so they can meet up with their loved ones. But they did have a lot of damage at the nursing home. The roof was off, as well as a house in the nearby area. All of this going on in Monette, Arkansas. And Tim, I tell you, you talked about it. You said it was coming, and nobody could have imagined what happened there tonight. And still, I can only imagine what it's going to look like in the morning and the daylight.
Well, that's exactly right, April. And, you know, when we talk about a risk of severe weather, oftentimes it's an enhanced risk. It might be a slight risk. But in this case, we were dealing with a moderate risk of severe storms. And that is very seldom is that issued here across the Memphis and Mid-South area. But today, in particular, the Storm Prediction Center earlier this morning actually took that enhanced risk and took it up to a moderate risk. And you can see the red bullseye here. Most of this activity that we're seeing tonight is taking place within this bullseye right here. Not to say that we couldn't pick up other storms outside of this in the enhanced area, because we have. But most of the damage that we're seeing here locally is taking place in that bullseye. I'm also getting reports here that there is damage up in the also up in the St. Louis area. Warehouses collapsed. One, an Amazon warehouse, it looks like. So getting reports well to the north of us. We continue getting more damage reports and also some hail and high wind reports here across our area as well. Tornado watch remains in effect until 11 tonight. I can pretty much stamp my approval on that one. That's going to be all night until at least 11. Then we've got others going until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's mainly to the east of Memphis. But check it out, even tonight, still dealing with flash flood warnings. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and the orange color, the polygons there. And these are all damage reports that we've seen. Back in the Little Rock area, it has been flooding. It has been wind damage. It has been hail damage. But when you start getting into northeastern Arkansas and you truck on up toward western Kentucky, it has all been in the form of tornadoes. We've had multiple reports of tornadoes, a lot of tornado damage on this path of storms right here that we've been following throughout the evening hours tonight. Here's what it looks like on radar now. This is the one polygon out of our area, well out of our area up into Kentucky. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch here for portions of the Missouri Boot Heel, but then multiple tornado warnings now in effect across these areas of eastern Arkansas going until about 9:45 tonight. This is the one up near Water Valley, Mayfield, Kentucky. There's still a good signature in that area right around Water Valley. Take you back into the line of storms that's heading our way. This is the next line beginning to push into the News Channel 3 viewing area, coming in around the Mark Tree area, also down south into Fisher. These go until 9:30 and 9:45 tonight. And more than likely, I think I could be suffice it to say that we're probably going to see these until 10 o'clock or thereafter. We're going to be here well after 9:45, I can promise you that. This is the signature that we're seeing on velocity right now. This one is down just to the east of Harrisburg. We've got other velocity signatures that have shown up as well. Let me back this up just a little bit, because this one cell we were seeing near Harrisburg, it is now to the east of Harrisburg, and this is pushing over near Whitaker and McCormick. We did get some reports on that one, supposedly on the ground, but there you see there are two different tornado warnings, one till 9:30, the other till 9:45 tonight. Then back behind that, these severe thunderstorm warnings. And really, as Jim pointed out, he was bringing some good news to the table a few moments ago. That was the fact that some of these are trending down just a little bit, but nonetheless, I think because the fact that this atmosphere has already been worked over from the earlier storms tonight, that works in our favor as well. So still, the atmosphere is primed for severe storms, and that's what we continue to see. But these are storms now working out of the Little Rock area, beginning to push up into our eastern eastern Arkansas counties, Fisher, just to the north of Wynne, over toward Mark Tree, and then we'll take you back toward Arkadelphia, down toward Texarkana, when we are seeing another line of storms in that area as well, as they just keep on coming. It's just this is just the gift you don't want, but it's the one that just keeps on giving here, seems like tonight. Temps remain in the 70s across the area. We'll see these temperatures cool at some point, but not until we pick up some rainfall here. And it's going to have to be in the Memphis area, because most of these storms are taking place north of Memphis right now. I mean, Memphis, we've been pretty much rain-free for the day and also into the night tonight, but some of these storms that are riding in just to the southwest of Little Rock could potentially work into the Memphis metro area before the evening is over. Jim, I know you are reloaded over there. What do you got for us?
We've got some good news and some bad news. We've got another tornado warning, but the other tornado warnings that we had here for parts of Cross County and Poinsett County, those have been expired by the National Weather Service. There's a new tornado warning. I cannot plot it for you. We are having internet difficulties here in Memphis, and I don't know if it's a result of the rainfall and thunderstorms and severe weather, but it basically goes from Craighead County across the northern third of Mississippi County into Lauderdale County and western Dyer County as well for these thunderstorms that we see right here. There has been a report of a tornado in Harrisburg, Arkansas, and so we're following up on that to see what kind of damage that they had there. But again, the News Channel 3 viewing area under a tornado watch, which means we're watching out for tornadoes. The ingredients are certainly there in the atmosphere for severe weather and tornadoes, and so we're watching for these tornadoes in the entire News Channel 3 viewing area. Most of us until 11 o'clock, a few of us until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning for McNairy County in northeastern Mississippi. But the tornado watch is just a step below the warning. It means we're watching out for tornadoes because they could happen. A warning means we've seen a tornado, and that's where the tornado is. This is where it's heading, and this is how long it threatens our area. For some reason, my computer is not advanced for me, so if you'll just hang on a second and let me get over to my computer and take a look. There's the new tornado warning that we've got. All right, excellent. Well, maybe that's why it wouldn't go. It was getting some new information. There we go. All right, so let's track the heavy part of the storm that we're seeing right now, again, in throughout parts of the Boot Heel of Missouri and northern Mississippi County. This is the yellow would be the heaviest rain, the heaviest rain as opposed to the lighter rain, and then the heaviest would be this purple just between Craighead County and Poinsett County and to the north and west of Mark Tree. But this whole line of thunderstorms is going to be in Blytheville at 9:24, Hayti at 9:38, Caruthersville at 9:50, Tiptonville at 10:12, Sandburg at 10:25, and Dyersburg at 10:31. So as we take a look at the shower and thunderstorm activity that continues to plague our area, the northern parts of the viewing area are certainly getting the raw end of the deal as of this evening. Okay, so we zoom back out again and we take a look at the whole storm system, which basically goes from southern Indiana through southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, all the way down to Texarkana. And to add salt to the wound, we've got another line of thunderstorms here north of Interstate 30 and moving off to the northeast as well. A cold front is going to be moving on through, and once the front is in here, it will end the shower and thunderstorm activity. We're in very warm, moist, unstable air. The cold front represented by these clear skies here in Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. They'll be moving our way overnight tonight. Should be a sunny weekend, but a colder weekend because behind the front is a front of a mass of cold air. Behind the cold front, we would find clearer, cooler, and drier air. But it's this frontal system that's pressing into this very warm, moist, unstable atmosphere that's giving us the severe weather that we've got right now and some severe weather that we haven't seen in quite some time. We take a look at velocity. I see some areas of concern here to the east of Harrisburg. We saw a similar pattern just a little while ago when apparently there was a tornado that touched down in Harrisburg. This report from the National Weather Service storm spotters, and storm spotters have been specially trained. They take a day out, a Saturday, to train with the National Weather Service to spot tornadoes and learn how to report it to the National Weather Service. Now, I've got to tell you, at night is the toughest time to see a tornado because it's nighttime. There's no lights to give you an idea of the shape of the cloud or whatever. But with all the lightning that we've had and with this storm and with all the storms this evening, you can occasionally catch a profile of a tornado if there's lightning in front or around or behind it and see the tornado. But very hard to do. Much easier, obviously, in the daylight hours. But we're seeing some reflectivity pixels or little squares there that are showing winds moving towards radar, and that would be the green. The winds moving away from the radar would be the red. So we're seeing this counterclockwise or clockwise flow of air around the storm systems, and that's what's given rise to the tornado activity that we're finding. Precipitation rates not as bad as they have been. There is an area of white up here south of Lake City. That would be the heaviest rainfall that we can show you on this scale. That would be about about 5 inches of rain per hour. Of course, it is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, so it's not going to be 5 inches of rain tomorrow morning in Lake City because that storm will only be there for a few moments. But as we take a look at hail size, again, we're seeing hail size up to 1 inch in parts of Fisher to the north and west of Cherry Valley, and we're seeing hail with the storm. That's an indicator. That's a red flag, or it checks a box for us to say this is a severe storm. Cloud tops is another. Cloud tops now around 34,000 feet, but about 40,000 feet in the areas of Yellow, north of Etowah, and to the west, or the east of Jonesboro. So we're still seeing some high cloud tops. Cloud tops, another red flag for us. I saw earlier, just a little while ago, a 53,000 foot cloud top, and that's getting very, very serious. Not that the weather we've had so far is not serious. It has been very serious, but the storms are fairly average in thunderstorm height. You need to have several ways to get your severe weather information. Obviously, watching News Channel 3 is one of them, but you can't always be around your TV set, but you always have your phone, so you can download the News Channel 3 weather app. Gives you all the same information, the watches, the warnings, how long they last, which way the storms are. You can take a look at radar for yourself. You can time lapse it. You can just show the clouds or the radar, or the clouds and the radar. There's all sorts of information. It's kind of fun to use if you get a hold of it, but that's free at the App Store and free to use as well. You can also sign up for Weather Call. It does have a cost to it, a couple of bucks a month, but it's a good stocking stuffer, a good thing for you to have, and your grandfather to have, and your father to have, and your child to have. It's a good thing for everybody to have. But serious weather tonight. That latest tornado warning for Mississippi County into Dyer County and Lauderdale County goes until 9:45. So, Tim, we've got a few more moments to spend together.
I'm telling you, Jim, and I wouldn't rather spend it with anyone but you here when we're talking severe weather, you know, for sure. Hey, listen, we are still watching this storm system back over near Truman, Arkansas, getting reports of a tornado in that area. Just a few moments ago, that's being sent in by the National Weather Service. Seeing some, actually a debris ball look back toward the Truman area. It looks like that the tornado itself, a little bit just east of there, but still, nonetheless, we are seeing some potent storms here tonight as these thunderstorms continue rumbling through the Memphis and Mid-South area. Multiple tornado warnings still in effect from now Kentucky. That's the one that came through Monette earlier today. We've got storms through the Blytheville area, Mississippi County, Arkansas, down into Poinsett County. It looks like that they are going to actually elongate this warning past 10 o'clock tonight for this storm cell coming back into areas of eastern Arkansas, right around the Mark Truman area. We'll put this into motion for you to let you see what's been going on. Matter of fact, let me back it up slowly here so we can catch what's going on with that general area right here between Truman, Arkansas, and there's the little debris ball, it looks like, showing up there, and then Lepanto and up toward Etowah. So we continue watching this area very carefully indeed, and there's quite a bit of rainfall with this storm, as well as high wind and hail being reported with these storms as well. All this activity continues west and northwest of the Memphis area tonight. So here locally in Memphis, we've yet to be touched by these storms. We've not had a single severe thunderstorm warning. We've not had a wind advisory. We haven't had anything. We've just been pretty much scot-free on this one, at least in Memphis so far tonight. That could change before the night is over. Now we're getting let's get this one. This is a new warning. Tornado warning for southeastern Craighead County, Poinsett County, Mississippi County. This goes until 10:15. So that's the one that I just mentioned a moment ago that they probably would elongate, and they have. They're going to take this warning now until 10:15 tonight. For that, what you're seeing here coming up toward Blytheville, Big Lake, and some of these areas. I'll take the radar data off the screen very quickly so that you can see this. So you can see the polygons, multiple polygons there. These are multiple warnings, seeing multiple cells, multiple vortices tonight with these storms coming through eastern Arkansas. So that one has been elongated. It's been extended until 10:15 tonight as we continue watching these storms very, very closely. As Jim mentioned, they are still, I'm sorry, yeah, there we go. Give me the location on that camera. Turl, Arkansas. You know, it's deja vu. Here we go again, back in Turl, Arkansas. Already one round of storms through there, and now another round. Here we come, back into the Turl area. We've checked that camera multiple times tonight, and they're back behind me. Matter of fact, Ed, if we could just take it full screen, we'll show you the camera and the radar at the same time, if you can. If you can't, I know you'll figure it out quickly. There it is. That is Weather 2. We've got the tornado watch in effect there across all of the News Channel 3 viewing area. The main event tonight at this point is taking place across eastern areas of Arkansas. And here we go one more time. So we've got, we're checking out what's going on up in the Monette area, and we'll continue to keep an eye on what's going on in Monette, even with our crews up there, make sure that they are safe. So keep it right here on News Channel 3. If you are just joining us here tonight, here's what we've got going on right now. We have got a tornado watch across the entire News Channel 3 viewing area. We have multiple tornado warnings. There you see them, one going until 10 o'clock tonight, the other going until 10:15. They go into the Blytheville area, Mississippi County, into the Boot Hill area of Missouri. This has been an incredible night of storms, as we've used some really incredible verbiage with these storms. Catastrophic has been used over and over this evening. Tornado emergency, fatalities tonight with these storms, something that you just don't want to see. Now we've got it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me do a query on that one and find out how long that warning is going to go to, and that's going to take us up to the Mississippi River. This is going to go until 10:15 tonight for Pemiscot County, Mississippi County, Crittenden County, Cross, and Tipton County in western Tennessee. So right in the center of your screen there, I've got the dot. That's what we're dealing with, a severe thunderstorm warning. This one could push into northern parts of Shelby County in a short time from now. These are the damage reports that we continue to monitor. Most of these are tornado reports. Matter of fact, I haven't done this. Let me do it on air and go a little bit further to the north, because I've been given some guidance here, some heads up of all the damage that's taking place in Missouri tonight. There it is. Check it out. Hail damage, wind damage up into the St. Louis area. Reports of some warehouses being damaged up there. We have our own storm damage here across Memphis and the Mid-South at this time, as we are looking at tornado damage and also wind and hail damage back across into areas of Arkansas, the Arklatex region, and now more storms beginning to push into our area. So what we want to do is continue to keep you up to date. This thing is lighting up like a Christmas tree as we've gone from that risk of severe storms today being put at moderate. And we told you that once sunset took place, it looked like that the cap would break. It did. And now we're dealing with this severe weather across the Memphis and Mid-South area. So it's a very dangerous evening. If you're here in Memphis at this particular time, Shelby County, you're looking a little bit better than the storms that we are seeing up to the north of us, or areas to the north, Blytheville, Jonesboro, Marktree, Arkansas, Fisher, even Wynne, Arkansas. Wynne's going to be slammed here in the next few moments with some activity as well. Truman and Poinsett County, we're getting some tornado report out of there. Truman, Poinsett County, just a few moments ago. We have the new tornado warning also until 10:15 tonight for Crittenden County, also Mississippi County, Poinsett County, and this has just been a very busy evening as far as keeping up with these warnings and just the fast or rapid pace that these warnings have been issued tonight. There's no doubt about that, which is why we're here on the air keeping you up to date with this changing weather scenario here tonight with tornadoes taking place across the News Channel 3 viewing area. April standing by. April, you have any more information over there at this time? We're at 9:30. Any other reports coming in?
Well, we do want you to remember that Melissa Moon is in Monette, Arkansas, but she's also saying that they are seeing some rain there now, and what may be they're worried about another tornado, so they are taking refuge right now, and people are being told to take refuge. So she is there, but what we do know right now in Monette, Arkansas is that they do have all of the people out of the nursing home. All of the people have been rescued, those who were trapped. Unfortunately, 2 people died. There were 5 seriously hurt, and at one point maybe 20 people were trapped at one time at that nursing home. But right now, Melissa is saying that all of them have been rescued. But again, rain is starting to come down, and so that worries people as well. But they still have a lot of people that were there trying to help. They have doctors and nurses, and if you have someone at that nursing home, they're taking the patients to a church there, a local church, via school buses. They're moving patients, and family members can connect with them there. But again, people are asked to not come to that area unless you are a medical professional and you can assist in that way. But they do have a lot of people there. And again, now more rain coming down, not what they want to hear or want to see after this long night in Monette, Arkansas. Of course, we're continuing to follow that and all of the other. We're hearing of damage in Samsburg, Tennessee, Union City, Tennessee. Maybe some people trapped there. We'll continue to try to follow that and get as much information as we can to bring you all the very latest. Jim?
Okay, let's toss it over to Jim. He's got the fresh update over there. Jim, what are you seeing?
Well, we've got the latest information from the National Weather Service. We have now 2 new tornado warnings, one until 10 o'clock. And that is, it's difficult to see, but I'll draw it out for you. That is that particular polygon right there. We knew about that. This is the new one that we have until 10:15. And this is really the outline of that polygon right here. And this particular polygon, this latest tornado warning, is as a result of that storm that we saw, the tornado that's been reported in Harrisburg, Arkansas. Now, April was talking about Monette, and they're asking for medical personnel to go there. If you're not medical personnel, you're not going to be helping out. Don't go, if you're not a medical personnel, don't go to Monette, okay? If you want to help out, tomorrow is going to be the time to help out. Tonight's not the time to help out. And not only, the number one, we aren't done with these storms yet. There's still more storminess to go through. And you don't need to be out there when there's more severe weather. And there's going to be more severe weather. Number two, you're just clogging up the streets. You're clogging up the emergency workers as they do their job, the doctors, the nurses, the ambulance, the fire department, the police department. You're just getting in their way. Just by you being there. I know that you care. Now's the time to sit down and pray about it if you want to. Tomorrow would be a time that if you wanted to go see what happened in Monette or in Harrisburg, that would be a better time. I'm not sure there's a good time to go visit a disaster area like that or like this, but that would be the time to take a look at that. So we've got 2 tornado warnings, one for the Harrisburg storm that's right here, a little bit further to the north, the tornado warning because of this heavy weather that's moving through the area, those line of thunderstorms that we're still seeing, some velocity to, some couplets, some twisting of the wind, some twisting of the atmosphere, some tornadoes spinning up or possible tornadoes spinning up. But just a little while ago, we got a report from the National Weather Service Storm Spotter Network, Skywarn, that there was a tornado near Harrisburg or in the Harrisburg area, and it's moving off to the northeast. That's why we have the latest tornado warning. There is a tornado watch for most of the News Channel 3 viewing area until 11 o'clock. There's another watch, a separate watch, until 2 o'clock in the morning for McNairy County and northeastern Mississippi. That's because they're going to get this line of thunderstorms last. Northeastern Arkansas getting them first. It's going to take a while to move across the area because the direct motion of the storms is to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Now, obviously, this line of thunderstorms in the next hour or so is going to move across the Mississippi River, so there is an easterly movement to them. But the specific storms, the discrete storms, are moving to the northeast. The whole line is moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So we're going to see those thunderstorms here in Shelby County. And already we have the latest severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15 for parts of Cross County, parts of Poinsett County, northern Crittenden County, and southern parts of Mississippi County for a very serious thunderstorm that we're seeing right there. And that storm is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. The whole line is moving towards us at about 40 miles per hour. So if we just take the whole line of thunderstorms, not a specific or discrete storm, but the whole line should be in Hayti at about 9:36, Osceola 9:46, Ridgely at 10:05. It'll be in Tiptonville at 10:12, Dyersburg 10:38, and New Bern at 10:48. As we take a look, the whole storm system is just huge, going from southern Indiana through northeastern Arkansas all the way down into Texas, probably 400, 500, 600 miles there. And moving off to the east, we're still going to see, we've got these thunderstorms we're dealing with right now. We've got more back here in Little Rock, down into southwestern Texarkana, and moving towards the area. So we still have yet to get through these thunderstorms. There's a cold front pushing our way. Once the front gets on through, it's all over but the shouting. Now, Now, we have several reports of tornadoes. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is not the same tornado. It's a couple of different tornadoes, the latest one being here near the Harrisburg area to the northeast of Harrisburg, but it's all a part of that line. It shows out very well, doesn't it? Compared it to the radar, that's exactly where the line of thunderstorms is. This is a hail report that we got up there near Tiptonville. This is a high wind report that's up in Missouri. We've got more hail reports up there as well. But as we take a look at velocity, and velocity is a part of radar, and that's what makes Doppler radar, is showing us which way the winds are blowing, towards or away from the radar. Now, if we've got these green pixels here, these green dots, they're moving inbound. They're moving towards the radar. The red is moving outbound. So what we have here, these are moving outbound. These are moving inbound, and we can infer very clearly the fact that these are moving in a counterclockwise fashion. So there's Lake City, not looking good for Lake City at this point, but there it is, and there's Harrisburg, and this is probably the rotation that we saw down in Harrisburg as well. It could be another rotation, but it certainly is a dangerous part of the storm, and that's why they have a tornado warning there until 10 o'clock. Now, we take a look at the precipitation rate. We're still seeing very high precipitation rates. We're not seeing the 5-inch ones that we saw before, except now that I look here in Lake City, there is some mottled white there, and that would indicate 4 to 5 inches of rain in that particular area. The hail size has been up to 1 inch in some parts of the Mid-South. 2 inch and 1 1/3 inches has been very common report. So you need to be careful with the hail too, because 1 inch is about golf ball size, I think, is what Tim was showing us on his chart, and that would not only do a lot of damage to cars, to roofs, to windows, to whatever's outside, but also if you happen to be outside and hit you on the head with a golf ball sized hail, that would raise a lump at the very least, and possibly do more damage at the very worst. So you need to know where to hide when there's a tornado, and there have been tornadoes this evening in the Mid-South, particularly up to our north. Most houses are single story. If you have more than one story, you got 2 stories, upstairs, downstairs, you always go downstairs. If you've got a basement, that is the best place to hide. A basement is the safest place to hide in a tornado. Some people say, oh, I don't want the house to fall down. Well, the house is not going to fall down. If your home should, heaven forbid, be hit by a tornado, the first thing that's going to happen is the roof will be ripped off. The next thing that'll happen is the walls will be blown in or out, depending upon the winds of the storm at your location, where your house is. Now, when there's a tornado, when there's severe weather, there's lots of what we call missiles, sticks, stones, garbage can lids, bicycles, toys, all sorts of stuff spinning around at a very high rate of speed, or just flying around. If you get hit by a missile, you could be seriously hurt or possibly even killed. So when you're looking, you want to go inside, obviously, away from these missiles. When you're looking for a safe place to hide, you want to look for the lowest floor in an interior room. Now, in this particular house, you've got the closet, you got the bathroom, you got the stairs. Stairs, a wonderful place to hide. If you can get underneath the stairs, that's a very safe place to hide. The stairs are very well built. Lots of nails, lots of wood, lots of heavy wood can take a lot of damage there. Closet is the next best place. Closet doesn't have any windows. It's on the interior, at least in this particular house. There are some closets that are on outside walls. You don't want to go there. You want to go to the lowest floor in the interior. You want to go to a small room, like a bathroom with no windows, which this bathroom does not have any windows. That's what makes it safe, even though it is on an outside wall, or a closet, or underneath the stairs. The hall, that's a big hall. That must be a dining hall or something like that. I'm not sure. That's still safer than the kitchen or the bedroom or the garage or the living room, but because it's interior. But I would be looking for a small room like a closet or a bathroom with no windows, very little ceiling cover. Again, the best place to hide is in a basement. Most of us here in the Mid-South don't have a basement. If you're lucky enough to have one, that is the #1 best place to hide, even if it has windows. You want to stay away from windows, but if it has windows, in the basement is still the best place to hide. You've got to have a lot of different ways to get your weather information. We're one of them, and we're proud to be one of them here at News Channel 3, with wall-to-wall coverage that we've had for decades now. Tim Simpson himself actually started wall-to-wall coverage here in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'm very proud to be associated with a guy who's that smart. But you can download the News Channel 3 weather app at the App Store. It's free to download or to use. You can get a weather radio and tune it into the National Weather Service. There's instructions with the radio how to do that. that. You could also get Weather Call. Weather Call calls your cell phone wherever you are, and I don't know about you, but I'm never more than a few feet from my cell phone, even at night. So Weather Call would wake you up, tell you about watches and warnings, tornado watches and warnings, severe thunderstorm watches and warnings, any kind of bad weather. And that does cost a couple of bucks a month, but it's well worth the price. So you to be called and say, hey, you're in a tornado warning area. And that way you don't always have to be around your TV, but I would always encourage you to be around your TV and, of course, watching News Channel 3. Right, Tim?
That's exactly right. You know, Jim, I don't know that I started. They just weren't doing it here when I came 27 years ago. So I thought this would be a good idea. We did it in Huntsville, and we got all the angry phone calls and got all the angry letters. Back then, we didn't have a lot of email. And then the same thing here in Memphis. But the main thrust of it is that when there is severe weather, people that are in the path of these storms, they want to know where these storms are. They want to know where these storms are heading. And that's what we've done here for years at News Channel 3. And man, it's great to have Jim on the team as well. So, you know, we all work together here at News Channel 3. Jim, I want to throw one thing out to you here real quick. This was just sent to me a few moments ago, and I've got to put the readers on because I want to make sure that I read this properly. And this came in from our executive producer, Eric Lipford, who this was retweeted by James Spann a few moments ago. In case you don't know who James Spann is, James, he's like a weather legend down in
Godfather.
He's the Godfather, you know, and he really is. He's down in Birmingham, Alabama. Personal friend, known him for years. But James Spann reported a few minutes ago a 283 mile per hour gate-to-gate velocity at 5,000 feet above the ground in Missouri near Caruthersville, making this the strongest tornadic gate-to-gate couplet in Doppler radar history. The previous was a tie between Greensburg, Kansas in 2007 and an EF5 tornado, and Tuscaloosa in 2011 at EF4 at 280 miles per hour. So far, it has hit 3 states.
Oh, my gosh.
Does that surprise you from what we've seen tonight?
It does, but it certainly bodes accurate for the kind of damage that we've seen tonight. That's
Absolutely.
for sure.
Absolutely. Using terms like catastrophic and tornado emergency and such. And yes, the watch continues for a while longer here as we're watching these storms get a little bit closer to the Memphis metro area. So that begs the question, are we going to get hit by this in Memphis? Well, at some point, these storms are going to cross the river here shortly. And as they do, we'll start out with at least northern parts of Shelby County, Tennessee, picking up these storms coming in. These are the warnings that are in effect right now. The orange are the severe thunderstorm warnings. The red, the tornado warnings that are in effect across the area. Right now, it looks like we've got still 2. I know one of those goes until 9:45. So about 30 seconds from now, we should see one of these drop off. The other up in Mississippi County and into the Missouri Boot Heel, that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. Am I right on that, Jim? 10 or 10:15? 10:15. I knew. I was off by 15 minutes, and I've been off by more than that in the past, but that's okay. Blytheville, Mississippi County, Osceola, this area until 10:15 tonight with this tornado warning. That's the latest Polygon that is out. The damage reports of all these other tornadoes that we have seen that have already come through the area. The very first one, well up here into Kentucky. And it continues to cause some damage up there, wreaking havoc in that area. And then the ones here closer to home that we're watching very carefully, now pushing through Poinsett County, over into Mississippi County, Arkansas, as these storms continue lifting northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Let me see what else I can find here. Another surge. Happens every time. Right when you want to read something in the chat room, it just disappears that quickly. And Jim, your chat room is down as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it goes with chat rooms tonight. But basically what we are seeing, these storms push into the Mississippi River area. Once again, I'm showing you the velocity mode of this right now. We've got several areas here near Manila, Arkansas, per se, that we're seeing pushing over toward Osceola and Burdett. Some jagged edges here around the Dias area as well. And then we'll take you back a little bit further to the west. And this is over near the Little Rock area as we are showing now more storms headed up in our area for the overnight hours tonight. And I'm sure that most of us cannot wait for that. Temperatures still in the 70s here across the Memphis and Mid-South area. As far as the timing on all this activity, we've got more storms coming in around 11 o'clock tonight. These are the computer models that we use to forecast future positions of these storms, and based on everything that we've seen so far today, the model's pretty much on it here. This is midnight tonight with storms hunkering down right across the Mississippi River. Once again, this is 2 o'clock in the morning as we are continuing to watch these storms in western parts of Tennessee. These storms, even at 2 o'clock in the morning, could be tornadic. They could be severe thunderstorm warnings and such, and flash flooding. So this is, I don't want to use the term that we're just getting started. We might be in the middle of this. I don't think we're near the end. We're certainly not near the beginning, but I think we're probably midway, just to be completely honest with you. We're probably midway through this severe weather event for tonight. And that's not probably what most of you want to hear, but that is certainly the case here tonight. Let me look for more information here real quick. Let's see. I've got a really, really good tornado picture, but I need to get a release for that. But anyway, the severe weather risk does continue. Dollar General in Leachville flattened, according to a report coming in from our executive producer, Eric Lipford, tonight. So that's the Leachville Dollar General. Tornado warning expires for Craighead and Poinsett counties of Arkansas. That's good news. Tornado threat diminished for Craighead County. Currently warning for the southeastern part of the county expiring shortly. Let's see what else we've got here. The tornado warning continues up in Mississippi County and Dunklin counties of Missouri. Let me take you to that area real quick, and let's see what's happening up in that area. So they're going to continue up in this area of Dunklin and Pemiscot counties of Missouri, northern Mississippi County as well. This has got a little bit of a Boeing segment to it, that rain there showing around the Blytheville area. Let me look at a velocity shot of that here tonight as we're just like working. This is how we do it. You're basically seeing how the sausage is made tonight. And it's not pretty. We're not scripted. We're just doing what we need to do. Down around Dell, Big Lake, in these areas, seeing rotation in this general area here. Let me put a storm track on this one as it's moving toward the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. And that particular cell moving up toward Little River, Dell, Coal Ridge, Blytheville, Yarborough, and number 9. Between now and 10:15 tonight, still heavy amounts of rainfall there. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue a little bit further south toward Cherry Valley, Arkansas. Now, this is the line that we are expecting possibly to clip into parts of Shelby County, Tennessee. It's still going to be about an hour or so away because this one is back over near Wynne, actually on the other side of Wynne, Arkansas. And as this continues working more in an easterly direction, this is the one that could actually push into Shelby County probably before midnight tonight. But still, these storms are ferocious looking storms. Still got that information there about Dollar General and Leachville being flattened there. And these are the only tornado warnings that we're still dealing with right now. They're going to go until 10 and 10:15 tonight. So we should be losing those shortly. But you know how it goes. We'll probably pick up another couple of warnings before the evening is over. If not that, at least some severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's more information here coming in. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10:15 tonight for northwestern Mississippi County, western central Lauderdale counties. Tornado near Kaiser moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, flying debris and such with that one as well. But that is back toward Kaiser, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Jim, it is not a pretty evening.
No, it's not. And we've heard terms that we've not heard very often, Tim. In fact, one is a tornado emergency, which the National Weather Service said earlier this evening. And what they're talking about is the atmosphere is so ripe for tornadoes, and we've seen so many tornadoes. We've had 10 tornado reports. Now, that doesn't mean we've had 10 tornadoes. It means we've had 10 reports on tornadoes. Some of the reports could be on the same tornado. We don't know yet. We're still sifting through the data. We're still looking at other storms that are developing. We still have that tornado warning. Actually, as I look at this, there's like 3 tornado warnings. 2 of them expire at 10:15, 1 at 10 o'clock. As a matter of fact, I think this one up here in the Blytheville area has been expired by the National Weather Service. But Dyersburg, which missed the big tornado so far tonight, looks like they're in line for some of these storms that we have in the tornado warning here to the south across Mississippi County and moving into Lauderdale County and Dyer County in just the next couple of hours. But we're in that storm activity, as Tim said, is going to be moving across the Mississippi River. I think he gave a very generous time window of midnight. I'm thinking it's going to happen before midnight, since it's only almost 10 o'clock right now. It could happen the next hour to 90 minutes, but I'll go with Tim's midnight forecast. We have a tornado watch for all of the News Channel 3 viewing area. There are 2 separate tornado watches. One for most of the area expires at 11 o'clock tonight. And boy, I hope that's right, but it would not surprise me if that is extended until around midnight or even later than that. A small portion here, McNairy County, northeastern Mississippi, this tornado watch goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. They're the ones to get the bad weather the last. Northeastern Arkansas getting it first, then moving across the Mississippi River into West Tennessee, northwestern, north central Mississippi, then northeastern Arkansas, McNairy County, the very last to get this line of thunderstorms, which is an extensive line of thunderstorms. We've got, of course, these 2 tornado warnings expired at 10:15. This one up here in Dyersburg looks like a new one to me, as a matter of fact, Tim. It's for Dyer County and Lauderdale County. So we'll get an expiration time on that. But we also have this area of orange here right across the Mississippi River. Excuse me, that's a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15 for parts of Crittenden County, southern Mississippi County, into Poinsett County and Cross County, and this goes until 10:15 as well. 10:15 could be crossing the Mississippi River into parts of Shelby County, Tipton County, and Lauderdale County. We're keeping an eye on that storm as well, and if there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County, we'll continue to stay on the air. I think we're on the air until about 10:30 at the very latest at this point. Tracking the storm, the heaviest part of the rain, not the tornadoes, but the heaviest part of the rain is moving across into West Tennessee and should be in Dyersburg at 10:14, New Bern at 10:25, Union City at 10:36. It'll be in Fulton at 10:58 and Martin at 11:07. Look at this storm. It's a huge storm system all along a cold front. I told you, you made an estimate of 500 or 600 miles with the line of storm. It's actually grown since then, from southern Indiana into southern Illinois, now western Kentucky, northeastern Arkansas, almost all the way to Dallas. It is a 750-mile long line of thunderstorms, all ahead of a cold front. Cold front is the cure to all our ills this evening. Once the front moves on through, it's all over. Cold air comes in, drier air comes in, clear skies come in, the storms move out. That cold air is just like a snow shovel. It's shoveling these storms off to the east. Here's the 10 reports of tornadoes. Let's see if it's still 10. Yes, it is. Oh, they're 11 now. Another one up here in western Kentucky. Hail report in Tiptonville. High winds in Missouri. More hail reports up there as well. So again, these are not 10 separate tornadoes, but could be reports of the tornado as it was in Poinsett County and moved up into the Boot Heel, Missouri. Several of these may be the same tornado or the tornado storm, the storm that brought about that tornado. But I do know that in Harrisburg, they just a little while ago had their own separate tornadoes, and that's why we have this tornado warning here in Mississippi County until 10:15. We take a look at the winds, whether the winds are blowing towards the radar or blowing away from the radar. If we can determine that there's a central point where the winds are very high right next to each other, we can infer and know that the atmosphere is spinning, and that spinning could be a tornado depending on how fast the winds are. Right to the west of Osceola, I see a very bright green dot next to some red dots. The velocity there looks to be maybe up to 100 miles per hour. I can't query those from here, but I can tell you that's a dangerous storm, and that's smack dab in the middle of that tornado warning until 10:15, and it looks like it's going to be crossing the Mississippi River maybe an hour or so if it holds together. But we're seeing this whole mess. All these green pixels, green dots, indicate these winds are moving very fast towards the radar site down here in Millington, in this case the National Weather Service radar site. All these red dots, particularly if they're bright red, are moving away from the radar. So this whole picture tells me that this area of the atmosphere is rotating. Now, if it's rotating right close to each other like it is to the west of Osceola, that could be a tornado. The National Weather Service has storm spotters out there right now all throughout the Mid-South, but particularly up in this area, and they're looking for signs of a tornado. If we see a tornado on radar, the National Weather Service may issue a tornado warning, but if we can combine that with an observation on the ground, that gives us a more certainty that there is a tornado there. Now, there could be just a funnel cloud. It's a very high amount of training, and if you're ever interested in storm spotting or chasing storms, which I don't recommend, it's not particularly safe. I've done it myself. It's not particularly exciting either. It's usually boring. You're riding in a car for many, many hours over many, many miles in many, many states. But if you are interested in that, you can go to the National Weather Service site, just Google National Weather Service Memphis, and they will have a special section where you can take storm spotter training and volunteer your time and your gas and your car and your life and your car insurance to spotting storms. But we know we've got several out there, and we know that they're doing a very good job, and we know that we see spinning in the atmosphere. Precipitation rate has been high, not as high as I've seen it earlier tonight, but we're still seeing splotches of white, which would indicate 5 inches of rain per hour, some very heavy rain falling out there. When you have heavy rain falling, you have high winds, and those winds can bring down trees, and those trees bring down power lines, and all of a sudden you're without power or the internet or anything like that. That's why it's important to have several ways to get your severe weather watches and warnings and tornado watches and warnings, and one way would be to download the News Channel 3 weather app. Go to the App Store, search News Channel 3 or WREG Weather. It's the app that is absolutely free and free to use, shows you radar, shows you satellite maps, shows you all sorts of stuff. Or you can sign up for Weather Call. You can do both, actually, because Weather Call will call your phone and let you know that there's a tornado warning, that you're in a tornado warning area until 10:15 or whenever the expiration is. And it will call you for watches and severe thunderstorm warnings. It may bug you, but you can set certain parameters so that it doesn't bug you so much, but does keep you up to date on the latest weather, just like we do here at News Channel 3. Tim?
Jim, thank you very much. We're back here watching this storm pushed into the Osceola area. Still under a tornado warning in this particular area until 10:15 tonight. Osceola up toward Burdett. As a matter of fact, let me check out the velocity scan on that, and you can actually watch this particular signature develop here around the Kaiser area. Jim was just pointing that out just a couple of moments ago. This is pushed up toward Osceola right now, and as we do a storm track, or actually move in a little bit closer, there's even a better view of this as it's pushing over toward Keys Point, Gold Dust. And here's the good news. Once this passes Osceola, it's really going out over a lot of farmland up in that area. Don't want to see a tornado anywhere, but at least it's pushing up toward Luxora and Barfield between 9:59 basically right now and 10:14 into the Barfield area. So it goes across really a less populated area, that's for sure, as we continue to watch these storms move out of the Little Rock area, push across here into now eastern areas of Arkansas. Some parts of the Memphis metro area are going to be impacted here within the next couple of hours as these storms gradually migrate to the east. But the individual storm cells themselves are moving toward the northeast, and we continue dealing with storms that are not just producing heavy rainfall and gusty winds, but storms that are producing tornadoes. And that's why we're on the air tonight, especially for all the activity that's taking place, all the damage that we've had reported up in the Monette area and other parts of the Mid-South as well. So we're going to continue to stay on top of these storms for you as we continue our storm coverage here on News Channel 3. We're glad that you have been with us here tonight. We're going to continue for just a while longer. As a matter of fact, we transition now into our newscast. So you're watching WREG TV, News Channel 3 in Memphis.
From WREG in Memphis, this is News Channel 3 at 10.
Hello, everyone. I'm April Thompson. This is News Channel 3 at 10, and it has been a busy night covering severe weather in the Mid-South. Several tornadoes reported in Arkansas, including one that killed 2 people at a nursing home in Monette. Now, this was the scene at the Monette Manor Nursing Home as dozens of emergency crews arrived to help rescue residents and workers. 2 people have died. 5 have been hurt and several people have been rescued. We're going to have a live report from Monette coming up in just a moment. But first, our weather team is here to give you the very latest on the storms. Tim Simpson and Jim Jaggers begin our team coverage.
Okay, we've got just a couple of minutes here to fill very quickly, April. So basically, let me give you the update. New tornado warning issued just a few moments ago up in Dyer County, Tennessee. This is going to go until 10:30 tonight. So we're watching that particular warning there. As a matter of fact, the tornado watch continues until at least 11 o'clock tonight. And if you think 11 o'clock is we're going to be done, we're not going to be done at 11 o'clock. Still a warning or a watch going until 2 o'clock in the morning for portions of northeastern Mississippi, central Tennessee, and still these tornado warnings that are in effect, as well as several severe thunderstorm warnings as well. This is what it looks like close up, and also here are the damage reports that we have seen as well. Most of these producing tornado damage across northeastern Arkansas, western, northwestern Tennessee, and now western areas of Kentucky as well. Jim, that's my 60 seconds. I'll turn it over to you for 60 seconds as well.
Well, thank you very much, and a very good job, by the way. I just wanted to refine something for you that I just noticed. This severe thunderstorm warning that's going on until, I think, 10:15, Tim. I thought I had it correctly labeled, but I think it's 10:15. It has sort of been edged away from the Shelby County and Memphis metropolitan area. It was going almost into the Mississippi River, but now it's been sort of cleared off a little bit. So that tells me that the National Weather Service thinks that whatever storm is in this particular polygon is going to go a little bit to the north and not threaten the News Channel 3, at least Shelby County, as much as we had thought before. We're seeing this whole line of thunderstorms move off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Should be in Elbridge at 10:06, Union City 10:40, Martin 10:11, and Dyer at 11:21. The velocity is showing areas where the atmosphere could be churning around, turning in a counterclockwise fashion, developing tornadoes. That's why they have the tornado warnings out in that area. Now's the time to download the News Channel 3 weather app, because as good as we are here at News Channel 3, you can't take your big TV with you everywhere, but you can take your phone, and that would have the News Channel 3 weather app on it. April?
All right, thank you, Jim. And you know, one of the big tragedies out of all of these storms has been in Monette, Arkansas. That is where the Monette Manor nursing home has been hit, and there have been some fatalities involved in that. WRAG's Melissa Moon has made her way to Monette. And Melissa, what can you tell us right now? We know you were there earlier and they were talking about doing the rescues and trying to get people out, but we do know 2 people have died. What can you tell us now? Okay, we're having a little trouble getting Melissa, as you can imagine, with the weather that's going on and the situation there, that the cell phone service and the coverage there is very spotty, but we're going to try to get Melissa. But what we do know is that 2 people have died, 5 were seriously hurt, and at one point there were 20 people trapped in a nursing home, in that nursing home in Monette Manor. And you can see the video here.
Okay,
This is when Melissa arrived earlier, and you can see the people being rescued there. Now, the good news is that we're told that all of the people have been rescued. All of those that were trapped have been rescued, and unfortunately, 2 people died, 5 seriously hurt. The good news is that those people that did survive are being reunited with their loved ones. We're told that at a nearby church, they're taking the patients there and via a school bus, and so those family members can connect with their loved ones there at the church. We're going to see if we have Melissa Moon now to tell us the very latest. Melissa, can you hear us? Okay, she's still trying to get all of her information there together. But again, they have asked people not to go to that area, and as sometimes people will tend to want to go to the area. If you don't have a loved one there and you're not a medical professional, please do not go to Monette, Arkansas. Melissa, what can you tell us about the very latest now? Okay. We're still going to get Melissa. At one point, we are going to get with her. But again, that is Manette, Arkansas. We are continuing to monitor the situation there. And of course, as soon as we get Melissa, we'll bring that back to you. But again, 2 dead and 5 seriously hurt. And I think that's the most injuries that we've heard so far, Tim, as far as fatalities involved. But, you know, this storm, like you said, is very much not over yet.
It's not. I mean, I think we're probably midway through this. I think that some of these storms will wane shortly. Hopefully not a lot more tornado warnings before the night is over. But right now we are still dealing with one that's approaching the Dyersburg area. Now, I want to treat these tornado warnings with the sensitivity that we need to treat them with, but at the same time, I want to make sure that you do what you need to do. These are dangerous storms. I want to make sure that this is a call to action for you. If you fall within one of these polygons, you need to seek shelter immediately. And the polygon right now is up in the Dyersburg area, up toward Tiptonville, down toward Ripley into Lauderdale County. As a matter of fact, I'll just zoom in and show this to you. These are the areas that we're talking about, from Osceola, Ripley, Dyersburg. I'm going to take you on a quick tour of these areas that are being hit within the polygon. There is Osceola, Luxora, Hightower, Donald Bend, Tomato, Bar, Hickman, Chick, Stinger, Double Bridge, Fowlks, South Dyersburg. And Dyersburg is included in that as well. New Bern is not. Caruthersville is. Ridgely is. Hayti, Braggadocio, Steele, Cooter. All these areas, these cities and towns that I'm calling out, you are within the polygon. This is a tornado warning for your location, and you need to seek shelter. You have already seen what this has done to a nursing home tonight. We don't want it to happen to you and your family. We just want to make sure that everyone that is listening, that is watching News Channel 3 tonight, takes shelter, do exactly what we've been telling you tonight, know where these storms are, know that you are being impacted by these storms. And some of these are now going to go until, I believe, let me check this one. I believe this one goes until 10:45 tonight. So we just keep extending these warnings. We don't, the National Weather Service does, and rightly so, because they're the ones entrusted by the U.S. government to issue these warnings. We simply pass them along to you. We show you, and we give you the play-by-play analysis, if you will, of these storms, of what's taking place. But these are some pretty awesome-looking storms up around Caruthersville right now and Cooter. Let me check out the velocity real quick, and we'll go in and show these to you, especially down around the Osceola area. Then this is back near Golden Lake, down to the other side of Whitten, around Joyner, taking up near Osceola. And these areas are of concern because there is rotation being shown to us here in these areas where you see the gate-to-gate shear, where you see the green, the red colors meet. The winds are not traveling the same direction. Some are traveling toward the radar, others are traveling away from the radar. We have one area right here along Interstate 55 around Joyner that has cause for concern as well. So this is not quite over yet. We've got a few more hours to go with this, which is why we are covering this tonight on News Channel 3. All this taking place to the north of Memphis, to the north of Shelby County. These storms that you're seeing back around Carlisle, Arkansas, that Boeing structure that you're seeing indicating some gusty winds with this cell, that will probably push into the Memphis area a little bit later on tonight. Other storms could also develop, and Memphis could be in it in the short term. But we continue to watch these storms now well north of us at this time, anywhere from just around Mississippi County, Arkansas, Osceola, now pushing across the river, beginning to push into the Ashport area, areas of western Lauderdale County, Tennessee. These are the areas that need to be concerned. If we've called your city, your town, your community by name, please seek shelter and do it quickly. Jim?
Well, Tim, we want to emphasize again, there is a new tornado warning out here for Dyer County, for parts of Lauderdale County. In fact, there's 2 new tornado warnings out, one for Dyer County and the Boot Heel, Missouri, up into parts of Obion County and Union County until 10:30, and then a little bit further to the south here in parts of Mississippi County over to Lauderdale County. This is in effect until 10:45, so we are with you at least until that amount of time, and probably after. as this is a very active storm system, even as late at night as it is at the present time. Now, Tim already pointed out the tornado watch areas. The severe thunderstorm warning is this polygon here made of orange. That is in effect until 10:15, another few minutes, about 5 minutes or so. But the good news is on this one, they've sort of steered it away from Shelby County before it was going into parts of northern Shelby County. Shelby County was not under the warning, but certainly the size and the area and the direction of the polygon indicated it might go into northern Shelby County. That does not put us in the clear. That puts us in the clear for this particular warning. Doesn't mean that there can't be another warning issued a little bit later on this year for Shelby County. In fact, that would not surprise me at all with the vitality and the strength of these thunderstorms that we find across our area. The heaviest, I'm not tracking the tornadoes now, I'm tracking the storm as a whole here in Mississippi County down into Lauderdale County. Should be in Union City at 10:27, Fulton 10:49, Martin 10:52, Dukedom at 11:05, and Trenton at 11:21. Looking at the velocity that we've got, several areas of concern here, not nearly as strong or as significant as it was with the tornado that we had earlier this evening up in northeastern Arkansas, the Monette area, moving on up to the north of Dyersburg into the Sandburg area. But certainly we're seeing some heavy precipitation rates. This area of white to the north of Asheville and to the south of Blytheville, that would be 5 inches of rain per hour if the storm was to stay there for an hour. It won't. It's moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hail size is down a little bit. We had hail size earlier today of 1 1/3 inches, even up to 2 inches, some reports. But now it's down to under 1 inch, which is a good sign because that means the storms are, at least at the present time, weakening a bit. Doesn't mean that they won't get more strength. It's sort of the life cycle of a thunderstorm, to get weak and then get strong and build up and die down and so forth and so on. And there's different aspects of that that would give us heavier rainfall and higher winds, and other aspects that would give us a tornado, especially if it is getting weaker. So now is not the time to let your guard down and go, oh, well, the hail size isn't so big, so we can relax a little bit. No, don't do that at all. Thank you very much. Echo tops are now back up to 46,000 feet. I've seen them as high as 53,000 feet today. Generally, something over 40,000 is into severe weather, all the way up to 70,000 feet. We want you to remind you to download the News Channel 3 weather app or go to WREG.com/weather and see about buying Weather Call. It's just a couple of bucks a month and well worth the cost. April?
All right. Thank you, Jim. Right now, we're going to try to go back to Melissa Moon. She is in Monette, Arkansas, where the Monette Manor nursing home has been hit by the tornado and some fatalities involved there. Melissa, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now, and I'll tell you what, the wind is really kicking up right now. We have quite the light show out here, but that is the only light we see. It is pitch dark out here. Besides our lights, power is out in the area, and you can see behind me the damage that tornado did to this nursing home. The roof off the building, you can see there are beds out in the parking lot. There are wheelchairs out in the parking lot. There's still some cars out here. You can see portions of the building gone here in the front. We're told that 68 people were inside when that tornado touched down. They were able to get everyone out of the building. It is cleared now. We saw some people over here just a short time ago just to make sure that everyone is out. You can hear the ambulances behind us. It's been like that all night long. When we were driving into town, we saw some leaving this area. We do know that 2 people were killed here. At least 5 were injured. And the ones that they got out of here that were okay were taken to a nearby high school, Buffalo Island Central High School. They were taken over there to reunite with family members. And here's some video of what it looked like earlier. I have never seen so many emergency vehicles in one place. They were coming from all over. In fact, we've talked to one woman who came from Caraway, about 15 minutes away. She was an LPN. She just came here to see what she could do. She talked about the trouble they had. They couldn't get some of those wheelchairs onto the school bus that was transporting some of the people out of this nursing home. But just emergency people came from all over the area, law enforcement from all over the area. right after they got everyone out of this nursing home, another storm came through here, and that kind of cleared the area up. The rain was coming down quite hard, the wind was blowing, and so that kind of cleared out the area. And then everyone was reunited at a high school less than a mile from here. And I can tell you, up and down this road, it's still dark out. Like I said, it's pitch dark out here, but we can see that there are a lot of homes damaged along this road. We talked to a couple who left their home to go to the fire station. When they came back, a portion of their roof was gone. They tell us they didn't have any damage inside, but there was a lot of damage on the roof and in the backyard. And as I said, this is Alena Avenue we're on right now. It's right off of 139. And just driving up there, you can see down power lines. You can see homes that are demolished. And I'm sure at the light of day, we're going to see a lot more damage in this area. Again, they had 2 people that were killed here, 5 injured, but they were able to get everyone out of here safely. So that is the good news tonight. And they were reunited with their families. Reporting live in Monette, Melissa Moon, WREG. News Channel 3.
Okay, Melissa, and what are they doing right now as far as securing that area? Because we know you said the power lines are down. We see a light there on your face. We know we have battery power and able to do that. But I'm sure electricity is probably out in that area. What are they kind of doing? Are they limiting who can get in and who can move around in that area?
Well, those power lines, I don't know if they have any power to them right now. We haven't seen any barricades up in the area. And law enforcement, it seems right now, are still with their sirens going, that they're still kind of doing the rescues or trying to assess the damage right now. And as we said, law enforcement just coming from all over the area to help. Doctors, nurses coming from all over the area to help when they heard about this nursing home situation. So right now, we haven't, we're driving down Alena Avenue here. We did see some down power lines, but there were no barricades up. But again, I don't know if there was any power, since it is out in the area, to those power lines. But right now it seems like they're still in the kind of the search and rescue mode, just to make sure that they have everyone out. As I said, they were just here a few minutes ago shining their flashlights through this building just to make sure that everyone was out of this building. April.
And is that the nursing home behind you, Melissa? Because we see a lot of bricks there. We can see on the ground, and it looks like a hole may be there in the wall, and I see a vehicle behind you as well. Is that the actual nursing home? We know you said the roof was ripped off of it.
Yeah, as I said earlier, you can see, like right here, I don't know if you can see, there's a bed in the parking lot. There's another bed over there by that silver car. There's some wheelchairs, and that is the building right there. The bricks that are gone are from that part of the building. You can see the roof coming down as well. Yeah, this is the nursing home. We're standing in the nursing home parking lot right now, so you can just see how devastating this tornado was. And at one point, we had heard that up to 20 people were entrapped when this tornado came through here. And again, the 5 that were injured and 2 that were killed here. But you can just see the devastation, the damage that tornado did when the roof taken right off this building. April.
Yeah, and like you said, by tomorrow morning when the sun comes up and you're able to see more around, you can see exactly how devastating that is. And still they're urging people who, if I assume if you don't have business in that area, just probably stay away, right?
Yeah, this is the north side of Monette, and you can hear more ambulances, more sirens right now through the area. And police were telling us earlier, they were discouraging people, telling people to stay away from this area. Of course, when we first got here, there were lots and lots of family members coming to check on their loved ones, and they were trying to get them to go over to the high school just to get them out of the area. But police are telling everyone just to stay away from this area. You don't need to be in this area right now, and it's pitch dark for one thing. It's really hard to assess how much damage there is in this area, but just driving down this road, we could see that there were homes demolished and walls missing from homes and buildings down here. We don't exactly, there's some building down here, it looked like it had a lot of damage. We don't know what that building is. And then we saw the down power lines. So there's no power to the area right now, but they are just encouraging everyone just to stay away from this part of town. And as you can see, all night long, that's all we've been hearing is those sirens. April.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Melissa. We know you all had to take shelter too when that other storm came through, so we're glad that didn't prove to be as devastating as that first storm. And of course, we'll continue to follow this and check back with Melissa and bring you all of the information. But again, that is Monette Manor, Arkansas. In Arkansas, the Monette Manor nursing home hit by a tornado this evening. 2 dead, 5 seriously hurt. And Melissa said at one point there were 68 people inside when the building was hit. All of them are out. That is the good news. But you saw the devastation there. The roof ripped off of the building right there. And also Buffalo Ivan Central High School is where people were taken from the nursing home to that school. So that's where people are gathering by bus. They were taken there. And so right now, that is the good news, is that there are survivors and they were taken to a safe place. But there is a lot to do, Tim, as far as cleanup, and a lot going on there in Monette, Arkansas tonight.
There is, April. Been a very, very busy evening, and unfortunately for that part of the Mid-South, it has been life-threatening evening as well, as there have been fatalities reported there. Here in Memphis, we've been watching a little bit of the lightning here on River Cam 3, just back over across West Memphis and a little bit further to the west. You can see some of that lightning showing up from time to time. Temperatures, even at this 10 o'clock hour, still in the 70s, with the exception of Blytheville, where they've had some rain there. They've cooled off to 66 degrees. We're going to see these temperatures about 20 degrees cooler in a very short time period here as we get into close to daybreak tomorrow morning, that's for sure. Severe weather risk continues across the area for tonight. This was issued by the Storm Prediction Center earlier today. It continues to be in effect for tonight, the moderate risk of severe storms. And what's odd about this, well, it's not really odd, it's really been pretty much what we've expected, and that is the fact that the bulk of these storms that we've been covering so far tonight have taken place right in this bullseye area, right in the moderate risk category for severe storms. Now, we've had some other storms outside of that in the enhanced risk zone, but nonetheless, we've had quite a bit of activity. Been talking a lot about hail tonight because we've had some reports of 2-inch diameter hail, and we've been using this chart several times just to show you how large this hail can be. Usually 1-inch diameter hail is about the size of a quarter. You start talking 2-inch diameter hail, now you're talking hail that's the size of an egg. You've been out to the coop here recently, the chicken coop, and checked the eggs, except for the ones that Jim gets at the grocery store. He gets the extra large, but these are 2-inch diameter eggs here, if you will, hailstones, and this is pretty rare. Actually, it's rare to see hailstones quite that big, especially here in the Memphis area. Very rare and exceptionally rare when you start getting up into softball size hail. The tornado watch continues across Memphis, the Mid-South area, until 11 o'clock tonight. And I guarantee you it's going to be extended. That watch will be extended. We have another part of the watch for northeast Mississippi, central Tennessee, that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. Back behind all this activity, we've already seen like 2 rounds of storms come through. They've been basically following the same train here from about Harrisburg, Arkansas, Jonesboro, up into Blytheville, Osceola, working into northwest Tennessee, and then up into western Kentucky. That's the first storm cell that came through that actually hit Monette. We've seen another line come through. Now we're watching even more form back into the Little Rock area. These are severe thunderstorm warnings in orange. That is a flash flood warning that we're seeing issued around the Little Rock area as well. Tornado watch, and then we have the tornado warnings here up in the Dyersburg area. This goes down into Lauderdale County, Tennessee. This gets a portion now of Mississippi County, Arkansas. It gets a portion of the Boot Hill area of Missouri as well. That is the only warning that we have still continuing at this time. Matter of fact, let me go back to that real quick because I want to go ahead and check our expiration on that. It's supposed to be 10:45 tonight. I'll double check that. That's up across into like northern Lauderdale County, up around the Gates area, north of Ripley, and up into Dyer County, Tennessee. This is what the storm structure looks like right now on radar. Reflectivity will put this into motion and show you that all these storms are working in the warning area. This area is under a tornado warning. The storm cells that you see here pushing into Dyer County, Tennessee, they are producing tornadic cells, or tornadoes are being produced from these cells. Now's the time to seek shelter. All right, we've talked about that before, and that's what we certainly want to continue with here. The one thing I'm not seeing as much of is actually hail. This is the precip over the last 3 hours. Some of these areas have picked up 2 inches of rainfall in those particular areas, but the hail zone in itself here, beginning to see this activity, Osceola, Blytheville, up toward Caruthersville, not seeing as much approaching the Dyersburg area at this point. And as far as the most recent hail within the last 2 hours, let me do a query of this cell. This is very small. It's just showing like 4/10 of an inch. That's it for that particular hail. So it looks like that the hail size is beginning to wane with these storms, but still up in Dyersburg, down across into almost into Ripley, Tennessee, into northern sections of Lauderdale County, Tennessee. This is the area that we're still seeing a tornado warning in effect for. This is the velocity mode. Still seeing some activity here that does not look great moving into the Dyersburg area, an area very strong and gusty winds about to move into the Dyersburg area, rotation with this cell as it comes through. So please be aware of this situation and please keep an eye to the sky. Keep it right here on News Channel 3 as we continue to monitor these storms for you. Now, as we check out what's going on elsewhere across the area, this is basically what we anticipate taking place during the overnight hours as these storms come through closer to midnight. This is 2 o'clock in the morning. This is 4 o'clock in the morning. Multiple showers and thunderstorms, and still the likelihood of some of these storms going severe as well. When we hit 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the worst of this is well east of us over toward Corinth, Mississippi, over into Muscle Shoals, Alabama. We see temperatures dropping throughout the day tomorrow. At 12 noon, temperatures in the 40s. By the time we get into 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, temperatures remaining in the 40s. We'll pick up some sunshine, and I guarantee the surveys will be underway up across Monette and other parts of the Mid-South that have been so hard hit by these storms. Rainfall amounts additionally tonight into tomorrow, still 2 inches around the Blytheville area, Covington, Memphis, about ½ an inch, 2/3 of an inch. Some areas like a little bit further south toward Tupelo could see 1 1/3 inches worth of rainfall. Quick check of the 7-day forecast, clearing skies for tomorrow, sunny skies Sunday into Monday, but check out these highs. In the 50s for high temperatures Saturday, Sunday, 60 on Monday, overnight lows in the 30s. But should be quite nice getting into the middle part of next week before we see our next chance of showers showing up once again. So this is the kind of the extended version of News Channel 3 at 10 as we continue with our wall-to-wall weather coverage. So let's toss it over to April and let's see what's going on right now at the news desk. April?
I tell you, thank you, Tim. A very busy night, like you have said, but we also want you to know that the Tigers were playing tonight, and Samaria Terry is here to tell us how they did.
The U of M hosting Murray State at the Forum, and while the Tigers are on a 3-game losing streak, head coach Penny Hardaway is standing by this year's non-conference schedule. And the strength of it, the Tigers will not be overlooking the Racers, who are on a 4-game win streak and the top team in their conference. First half action, Tigers trailing 8-3. Tyler Harris quietly making an impact on this program, pulls up the triple. The Tigers shot 40% from 3, most of them coming in the first of this game. Bring out the air guitars. Lester Quiones drains one. Tigers taking the lead here for the first time of this matchup. A little later, Tigers down 2. Harris with the no-look lob to Jalen Duren. He is all fired up. This one's all knotted up at 22 all. Tigers start to pull away. Earl Timberlake, while falling down, is able to get the ball to DeAndre Williams for the two-handed slam. Then just before the break, Duren gets the jumper to go. Tigers with a 14-point lead at halftime, but the Racers in their 14 made three-pointers, 6 of those coming from this guy right here, Tevin Brown, proved to be too much for the Tigers. The U of M picking up its 4th straight loss last night, or tonight, 74-72.
Bad coaching. That's all I can say on tonight's game. This game is on me, totally. No players, just strictly on me. I mean, I've gone through plenty of adversity in my life, and this is a low point in basketball besides my knee surgeries, but I never saw this coming, and I just feel like it's happening for a reason, man. Until we all bond together, this type of stuff can happen. You know, other teams to me seem closer. They're having more fun. They're making plays. You know, we'll get there.
The Tigers host 9th-ranked Alabama Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Well, that's all I have for sports. Let's send it back for our weather coverage.
All right, Samaya, thank you very much. Glad you're with us here tonight. Appreciate that update. Don't appreciate the score of that basketball game, though, but that's just the way it rolls here these days. Still under the tornado watch across the Memphis and Mid-South area. This is going to go for a while longer as we are saying farewell to some storms eventually up in the Dyersburg area. But, Jim, that area is still under a tornado warning up in Dyer County, Tennessee, correct?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you're going to have to help me out, Tim, on expiration times. But let's take a look. This is the tornado warnings as I understand them. There's one until 10:30, and I believe it's this northern one here. There's actually 3 tornadoes. There's 3 polygons here. So if Tim says respect the polygon, you got to do that 3 times here. This one expires at 10:30. This one at 10:45. The new one, there appears to be a new one here in Gibson County. Tim, I'm a little fuzzy on when that exactly expires. Oh, 11:15. There we go. We had an update there. So now we've got 2 tornado warnings. That's why we're doing it live here on News Channel 3, so you can get the latest, up-to-datest information, exactly how we get it, and that's from the National Weather Service. 10:45 for this storm here, this tornado warning here in Lauderdale County, parts of southern Dyer County. A 11:15 tornado warning for Dyer County into Gibson County, and that moves off, Haywood County, parts of Crockett County as well. It goes out of effect at 11:15. The storms you can see are quite clear. This whole line moving to the northeast, 45 to 50 miles per hour. I clocked recently, and you can see the little bit of bounded weak echo regions where we're seeing intensive rainfall surrounding less intensive rainfall area, and that could be the tornado. We're also seeing rainfall amounts for 5 inches of rain per hour. Now, as we take a look at the thunderstorm warning, that has expired, so that's good news for us, but we've still got the most intensive weather, the tornado warnings, where we've had them all night long. They're a little bit further to the south, but that's exactly in that enhanced risk of severe weather. And while that particular map may not be very interesting to you, we watch it very carefully. And as Tim said, not too many times this year have we had an enhanced risk of severe weather, but today was one of them, and that's exactly where we're getting this severe weather, right in the middle of that enhanced area. Now, there's a very strong storm here moving out of Lauderdale County towards Dyer County. Should be in Dyersburg about 10:35, New Bern 10:45, Mason Hall 10:59, Kenton at 11:03, and Reeves at 11:09. Now, we use velocity. There's a different part. We can take a look at rainfall, what we call reflectivity, but we can also take a look at velocity, which shows us just the winds, and it shows us whether the winds are moving towards or away from the radar site, the National Weather Service site down there in Millington. This area of green and brighter green is very high winds towards the radar. These winds are away from the radar, but what we're looking for when we're looking for tornadoes in the velocity mode of Doppler weather radar and Storm Tracker 3S, we're looking for green right next to red, and we're specifically looking for small dots. Sometimes we do see a wide rotation, and you can see that this is a clockwise rotation generally of the atmosphere, but you can see some red in here as well, and that gives us concern for the tornado warnings that the National Weather Service has issued. We also can take a look, the computer, the Doppler weather radar, Storm Tracker 3S keeps a track of how much rain and how fast it's been coming down. Areas of white would be 5 inches of rain. We've seen plenty of that tonight, a little bit less, but it's northern Dyer County at this point where we see some splotches of white, and the areas of yellow would be a cloud top of about 45,000 feet. Cloud tops are important to us because the taller a thunderstorm is, the more severe it is, the stronger it is. So that's why we pay attention to this particular map. Thunderstorms, especially strong ones, will be 40,000 feet up to 70,000 feet, maybe even more than that. But we're seeing not terrible tops tonight, but we're seeing terrible weather underneath those clouds. And as we take a look at the whole storm system, we've been talking about the cold front. Once the cold front moves on through, then we clear out. Well, some of you said, well, where the heck is the cold front? Well, I've taken the time to draw it out from you. St. Louis, almost to Little Rock, down past Dallas, and almost all the way to Houston. This is about a 750 mile an hour, 750 mile long storm from Cincinnati all the way down to Dallas, Texas, maybe even up to closer to 800 miles now. But once this front moves on through, and that'll happen after midnight tonight, we can look for clearing skies. We can look for much colder temperatures. Got up to 80 degrees today. The atmosphere is so unstable, and we can look for drier conditions as well. You can see the clear skies back here in Oklahoma, parts of western Missouri, parts of Kansas as well. That high pressure will build in, clear out all these thunderstorms. But as Tim said, we're probably in about the middle of this particular event, and the frontal system doesn't move through until after midnight. Once it does, we can sign off the air and you can enjoy your regular programming here on News Channel 3, but we find this life-saving information and very important to keep you and your family safe. We want you to keep on watching News Channel 3, so we need to keep you safe to do that. One of the ways to do that, and with this severe weather, any kind of severe weather, you ought to have more than one way to get your severe weather. One way is to watch News Channel 3 as you're doing right now. Another is to download the News Channel 3 weather app, search for WREG weather at the App Store, download it for free, use it for free. It's our little gift to you to keep you and your family safe. To keep you even safer, we can call you, not us, but Weather Call will call you when there's a tornado warning or a tornado watch where you have your cell phone. And how far, what's the farthest you've ever been away from your cell phone? Today, I was upstairs and the cell phone was downstairs. That's about as far as it gets. So once the cell phone is beside you, you can get Weather Call, and Tim will tell you that there's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, and when it's over with, I'll give you a call, and my little message says all clear. It'll also tell you when lightning's occurring within 5 miles of your location too. Also a life-saving feature on Weather Call. You go to WREG.com/weather, sign up for Weather Call. It does have a cost to it. It's a couple of bucks a month. It'd make a great Christmas stocking stuffer for those people that you want to call or have called when there's severe weather around them. And I know that my wife and my family are those people that I want to keep safe, Tim. So we're looking to keep everybody safe, not just my family, but your family as well.
That's exactly right. We want to do that, make sure that everyone watching stays safe, everyone not watching stays safe. You know, I want to say one thing here. We have a crew up in Monette. Melissa Moon was able to get up there and cover that situation. We've got other areas that have damage that we have been trying to send a crew to for about an hour now. And they keep coming back to the Weather Center wanting to know, is it safe to send them there yet? And the answer has been no. We're just not going to send our people into harm's way. And so we're not at a couple of locations where we need to be right now, because in order to get there, our news crews would have to go through a severe thunderstorm. And we're just not going to do that. And so it's good to know that here at News Channel 3. We practice what we preach. We're not going to tell you one thing and we turn around and do something else. So it's good to be part of an organization that looks at it that way. We're not going to sacrifice anyone just to get a news story on the air. We'll get it later. Once the severe storm moves out of here, then we'll go get somebody up there. That's the way it runs. I like that. Temps in the 60s to the north, 70s. Memphis southward, 77 here. Still, that in that moderate risk of severe weather across the region continues for a while longer. This is the tornado watch. Once again, this is going to go. They'll probably adjust this to go at least till 2 o'clock. I would probably think a watch going till about 6 o'clock in the morning at some point. And as far as tornado warnings go, they're all up to the north of us right now. We've got another warning up around the Union City area that's been issued. This has expanded widely over the last 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes or so. So you've got multiple warnings here. Let me just walk through this real quick. Since we're here, you're here, I'm here. Jim and April, they're still here. This tornado warning here around Ripley goes until 10:45 tonight. The one up in Dyersburg, and by the way, just north of Dyersburg around New Bern, that circulation is beginning to tighten up just a bit. That goes until 11:15 tonight. Then we've got over near Trenton. That's going to go until 11:15 tonight. Up toward Union City, that one is going to go until, did we get one on that? 11:15 as well. So we start seeing one warning expire here at 10:45. The other's going until 11:15, and you've probably guessed it. That we're not done yet. There is more still to come, but these are the warnings that are in effect at least for a while longer. And here's the reason why. These thunderstorms that are firing up, producing tornadoes across these areas. As a matter of fact, some of the latest information here, tornado warning for north central Obion County in western Tennessee until 11:15 tonight. thunderstorm producing a tornado west of Union City, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Here's another one, the verbiage on this one. A severe thunderstorm producing a tornado over Dyersburg, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Flying debris, dangerous to those caught without a shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Man, I got to tell you, mobile homes are like oil and water. They do not mix, and I don't want to offend anybody at all by making that statement, but one of the last places I would want to be is in a mobile home. If you can get out of a mobile home, go for it. I mentioned the circulation tightening up here. This is right around the New Bern area. This is just northeast of New Bern. That's the circulation that we are talking about. That area right there, that is producing a tornado. So if you are up around Cool Springs, Tyson Store, any of those areas, let me tell you, if you've got friends up there, family members, they need to seek shelter immediately. I'm going to do a storm track on that location in particular as that is moving northeast now at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. That one is pushing up toward Crockett, 10:53, Mount Pelia at 11 o'clock, Everett Stewart Regional Airport at 11:02, Gardner 11:05, Harris 11:09, 11:16 in Fulton. It's up in Kentucky. So, folks, let me tell you, if you're in that area, this rotation is holding together. It's a tight rotation. I mean, it's a good tornado that is formed there. I have no doubt that the Weather Service will probably be sending someone in that area tomorrow to survey the storm damage there. I don't know how long they'll be in Monette, but they'll be there for pretty much all day if I had to guess because of what's happened there tonight. Take you back down across other areas of the Mid-South. This is Osceola, Golden Lake, Mark Tree, Blytheville. Let's check and see what our status is there as far as watches and warnings are concerned. Still in that area, we are now out of the warning, it looks like. Let me double check that and make sure we are. These are the warnings that we are currently seeing right now. Everything else has been shaved off. Dyersburg, and we just saw that one around New Bern a moment ago. Dyersburg is in that warning. I'm going to get rid of the watch here. The watch is the lighter color red that you see behind the scenes there. That's gone. This is the polygon right now that you're seeing at this moment on the radar. Those are the areas. Get rid of that one again. These are the areas that are under the impact of this tornado warning at this time. And there they are. That's the polygon. Dyersburg, New Bern, Dyer, Bradford, Greenfield, Sharon, Mason Hall. And that goes up a little bit further north of Sharon into Martin. So we've got the UT Martin area covered there. Union City as well. Another tornado warning going until 11:15 tonight. So we're going to be here at least for the next 34 minutes or so as these storms continue. Another information right here. This is from Eric Lipford, our EP here at News Channel 3. Tornado confirmed near New Bern. What did I just show you? Let's go back to New Bern there real quick. We were just looking at New Bern just a second ago, looking at that tight formation there on the radar. Give me 1 second. Let me get back into the New Bern area. And there it comes at this particular time. New Bern, now that rotation is a little bit further northeast of New Bern, but located over New Bern, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Confirmed over New Bern. This came out just a couple of minutes ago. Quarter-size hail damaging tornado, flying debris, dangerous to those caught without shelter. So we're seeing more information. This is a tweet from the National Weather Service. Yep, same thing. Take shelter. I'm just reading this as it comes in. We've just got multiple sources of information tonight, whether it's cell phone, internet, websites, chat rooms, you name it. We're there trying to get the information for you that we can at this particular juncture. So there's the watch that continues across the News Channel 3 viewing area. One thing I'm seeing that I'm encouraged by, and that is back to the west of us, we are seeing flash flood warnings. That's the green. We are seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. What's one thing we're not seeing? Tornado warnings. I don't see any tornado warnings from Memphis back toward Arkadelphia or Texarkana. That's good news because already the atmosphere has been worked over several times by these storms. So as far as getting more tornadoes going, Lord willing, that will not be the case as this night continues. But still, we're in the threat for severe weather because these storms, severe storms, produce winds of 60 miles per hour, 1-inch diameter hail, and certainly in the case that we've had tonight, tornadoes. Jim, You're standing by over there. What do you got for
Well,
us?
first of all, high five there, Tim. That's a very good observation and something that I look for as well. And I wanted you to verify this with me, Tim. I did a query. This is the part of a tornado warning, very, very small, that it ends at 10:45 in just about a minute or two. This one goes here is a little bit larger for Dyer County and parts of Gibson County, it looks like to me. But that is going into effect, or stays in effect until 11:15, along with this other one up here in Union City. So this one's just about over with here for southern Dyer County, and we still have it in effect, a tornado warning in effect until 11:15 for parts of Dyer County and Gibson County as well. So as we take a look at the heavier parts of this particular storm, and the heaviest is just to the east of Dyersburg there, that purple that you see there, and that's why that tornado warning does leave in just about a minute or two. But the heaviest rainfall here in red and purple, moving off to the northeast, 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's a pretty good speed, a great speed, because it clears out quickly. Martin should be in Martin at 10:50, Greenfield at 10:56, Dresden 11:01, Cottage Grove 10:17, and Paris at 11:33. So the storm is continuing to move off. There's lots more to this storm, though, and it goes all the way down to almost Dallas, Texas. But as we take a look at velocity, which way the winds are blowing, towards or away from the radar, and the radar site that we're using here is the National Weather Service up in Millington. Very good Doppler radar. These winds are moving away from the radar or away from the radar, and these winds here in the green are moving towards the radar. When we have the red and the green close to each other, that indicates a counterclockwise rotation of air. Tornadoes move in a counterclockwise fashion. The winds around the tornado do, and when that happens, that gives us the velocity, gives us a heads up by as much as 20 minutes or more that there is circulation going on in the atmosphere. Doesn't mean there's a tornado yet, but one could easily develop, and most likely in those areas that we're seeing the rotation higher up in the atmosphere. Now, one of the things about a radar beam is it does not parallel the Earth completely, because of course the Earth is round, isn't it? And it tends to drop off. And as it does that, the radar beam starts to not rise, but go away from the Earth, go away from the surface of the Earth. As the Earth is round and going down and being round, the radar beam tends to go straight and goes off into space eventually. That's why we have to have so many radar sites across the country. Otherwise, we could have just one big radar dome here in Memphis and keep track of the whole United States. But we can't do that. Eventually moves away. So these, the rotation we're seeing in the atmosphere is not 100 feet off the ground where the radar is located in Millington. It's 100 feet off the ground. It's several thousand feet off the ground. So we're looking higher up in the atmosphere. And when you realize that and you're looking at this data and this particular product from the National Weather Service, you realize, okay, that rotation is happening, but it's happening several thousand feet up in the air. Now, as we take a look at the winds along with the velocity, you'll see the winds on the surface are moving to the northeast quite a rapid speed. The color of the green arrows is an indication of how fast they're going, and if it weren't going so fast, it would be a yellow or a red, and it indicates which direction the wind is going and how strong it is. So these winds are moving from the southwest to the northeast, and that's what's pushing those storms in the same direction. Cold front, where is the cold front? Once we get the cold front through, we're in the clear. The weekend, the rest of the weekend, looks great. Lots of sunshine, very comfortable, certainly not 80-degree high temperatures like we had today. But the cold front's still on the other side of Little Rock and moving our way slowly. Once it moves on through, we are in the clear from this severe weather, and that can't happen soon enough for you and for me and for Tim and everyone here at News Channel 3 and everybody who's watching right now. Download the News Channel 3 weather app. You need to have several ways to get your severe weather. We love to be the primary source, and we want to be your primary source, but I know that you always can't be around the TV set. Sometimes you have to be driving here or there, getting Christmas gifts or delivering food or going to church or going to work or going to school. So if you have the News Channel 3 weather app, you don't have to have your big HD TV. You've got it on your phone, and it has all sorts of data on it. Radar, has temperatures, has forecasts. It'll have the latest forecast here that we've had here on News Channel 3. Whether it's Tim or myself or Todd or Wendy, our latest forecast is on that app, and you can take a look at it, and we'll interpret all that data for you and give you the best forecast that we know how to do. Tim, it looks like I agree with you. Maybe it's just wishful thinking that things are winding down, maybe a little bit. I don't think we're through, but it may be on the backside of this, right?
Yeah, I think now instead of talking tornado warnings, we're talking more severe thunderstorm warnings. You know what I'm saying? And so we're kind of dealing with that. One sip here, real quick. No. I was busy doing my homework while you were doing. I listen to Jim, but I'm a multitasker. I'm listening to what Jim is saying, but I'm also getting ready for my next segment here, as we start with cloudy skies and some lightning strikes from time to time on River Cam 3. Let me show you what's happening here out toward the tower cam. Same thing, cloudy skies, not really a lot of rainfall here locally. We do continue with these temperatures, mostly in the 70s, at least the areas that have not seen rainfall. We're still in the 70s, including 77 here in Memphis after hitting a high today of 80 degrees, 65 now up in Blytheville, 63 up in Dyersburg, for example. And as we look at our severe weather risk map, it continues to be the moderate risk here in the News Channel 3 viewing area, and that's exactly where the storms have been taking place. Now, then, this tornado watch says until 11 o'clock tonight. Let me do a new query here because just getting some information. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Tornado watch until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Who is surprised by that? No one. But now that's going to be a little bit further east of us. I think most of this activity that we're seeing in our area, that goes till 5 o'clock. That's over toward Corinth, Mississippi. That's 5 o'clock. How about there still? Yep, 5 o'clock. How about Marshall County? 5 o'clock. I'm clicking down into areas of North Mississippi, 5 o'clock, and even here in Memphis and Shelby County, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. New tornado watch till 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. 5 o'clock. It's right now. Here's what's in effect. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued back toward the Forest City area. This is actually pushing into extreme northwestern part of Tunica County, Mississippi. We continue with our tornado warnings up to the north. This one warning is almost out of the Dyer County area. As a matter of fact, that's pushing over toward Greenfield, north of Trenton. That tornado warning is going to go until 11:15. So if you're asking yourself, how much longer are you guys going to be covering this breaking weather tonight? At least until 11:15, but with the tornado watch going until 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, you know where we're going to be. There will be somebody here in the weather center. I can attest to that fact. So as far as the radar looks right now, tornado warning. This is the area that we're concerned about. It's up around now pushing to the east of Dyersburg, Tennessee. There is Dyersburg. We had our area of rotation around New Bern just a short time ago, and it's tougher to see that circulation, which is now over toward the Mason Hall area right now because of something that Jim told you about just a few moments ago. He has never, ever been part of the Flat Earth Society, ever. And so as he greatly pointed out, with that antenna, that beam, radar beam going straight, and as the curvature of the Earth comes into play, we don't see things as far out as we do close up. So as the further that these storms move away from Memphis, we don't get as great a signature here. What are you telling me now, Jim?
Warning now.
Tornado warning has been canceled for Dyer County, Tennessee. Well, that is interesting because what that means is that we take a break here for a few minutes for this weather coverage, and what we'll do is continue to keep you updated here throughout the night. But the thing that keeps us on is anytime there's a tornado warning for any of our counties, we are on the air. And right now, we have no county in the tornado warning.
I would like you to go to Weather 2
Okay.
just a second. Let's take a look at Weather 2.
Let's go to Weather 2, Ed, if we could.
There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:30 for parts of Lee County, parts of Tunica County, and St. Francis County. That is the area there in orange, and I do want our viewers there to know that we're looking out for them as well. And that, Tim, if you infer the position of that polygon and the storms that are coming into that area, Shelby County and the Memphis metro area,
we're next. We are next. Matter of fact, look at that cell. Let's go back to Weather 1 real quick. This is over near Brinkley, Arkansas, cotton plant. That's the 3-hour time lapse. Look at the bowing structure on that cell. Started to bow out a little bit. It's not that that bowed, but still. Let me look at the last hour here. There is definitely some wind with that cell, and that is actually part of the equation there as far as the severe thunderstorm warning is concerned. Let me go ahead and drop that warning in there as well, since I can do that and since I've got time to do it, and I'm not going to be drinking my hot chocolate tonight at 11:30 before I go to bed. I don't do that most nights. I do have some popcorn, but no popcorn tonight as this one continues working toward Marianna and Forest City. Let me do a storm tracker on that one. That's got more of an easterly movement. If you'll notice that polygon, let me take that information off the screen real quick. Notice that polygon is oriented more west to east, and so that's basically what we're seeing here. Let me point that out to you. Let me get the pointer there. That's more, well, I thought I was going to do that. That's more of a west to east. It's not more of a northeastward movement. So this particular storm is basically going to be moving toward the east more so than the northeast. Let's do a storm track on that real quick. Let me line that up. And as we do so, I'll give you kind of an indication of where this storm is headed in the next 40 minutes or so. Thomasville at 10:59. We're at 10:54 right now. 11:04 Aubrey, 11:09 Marianna, 11:21 Hughes, 11:23 Council, 11:34 Horseshoe Lake, Arkansas. If you live in any of those areas, that's what you need to know as far as where that storm is going. Let me read something else to you. I forgot to mention this just a few moments ago. This was some information that we got. This is a tweet, breaking news. United Flight 4332 from Houston to Little Rock just was forced to divert to Memphis after the plane was struck by lightning from tonight's line of storms. So that just happened a few moments ago, at least reported a few moments ago. That's United Flight 4332 from Houston to Little Rock, forced to divert to Memphis because of a lightning strike. For anyone watching tonight, would that surprise you? No, but these guys, the pilots, they take great care in flying these airplanes, these jets. What they do on a daily basis is mind-boggling. So they're out of an abundance of safety, diverting here to the Memphis area as they want to keep their passengers safe. This is the line of storms pushing here into now areas of, this would be St. Francis County, Arkansas. This would be Lee County, Arkansas. This is that Boeing segment that continues pushing through. The white outline is the severe thunderstorm warning. This is the one that's going to push into Memphis within a short period of time. So we want you to stay here. I just gave you a storm track on that one. As this approaches Memphis and the Mid-South here in the next few minutes, if it pops a tornado warning, if it moves into the Memphis metro area, we're going to have that information for you, and we'll come back here to News Channel 3 in just a short amount of time. We've got crews out monitoring this situation, getting information from what's going on up in Monette. We've got other areas, Truman, Arkansas, we're trying to get crews to. We're trying to do that out of abundance of caution, keep everyone safe here tonight. But for now, we are going to leave the airways. Keep it right here on News Channel 3, because if anything else breaks out here, as this line of storms continues pushing toward Memphis, if we get a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning out of this, we will be back on the air with you. If severe weather breaks out, we'll break in. Keep it here on News Channel 3.